Seasons change, mad things rearrange. Seasons change, mad things rearrange, but it all stays the same like the law. Seasons change, mad things rearrange. Seasons change, mad things rearrange, but it all stays the same like the law. Seasons change. Seasons change. Mad things rearrange. Seasons change, mad things rearrange. Seasons change, mad things rearrange, but it all stays the same like the law. Seasons change, mad things rearrange. Seasons change, mad things rearrange, but it all stays the same like the law. Seasons change. Seasons change. Mad things rearrange.
Check it out now. Funk Soul Brother. Were you a cool, conscious lover? And thinking about the lover per se, possibly in a terroristic way, or take it to the male masculine archetypes. You got the warrior, king, lover, and teacher, I think. I might get one wrong, but and then there's the same on the flip with the feminine side. But yeah, it's loving life, loving history, kind of like philosophia, that word, philos, Sophia, and whatever Sophia actually is or was in past, that's irrelevant, just to the meaning of loving for cultivating more knowledge within yourself. And that goes the same with the love you have for yourself and others. You have to cultivate that. And this is what this mix is kind of really getting at from the get-go, because, with this, I don't always take like this hero's journey type of structure of, concocting and formulating these mixes, but there are some elements of that of, okay, yeah, like we're talking about some cool spiritual shit a lot of times, like this concept of love. This ain't the fucking soft, mushy type of love that makes people just do dumb stuff and kind of head over heels, falling, tripping over themselves, and acting a fucking fool. This ain't what this is about. This is more about love for life and feeling vigorous about it and like energized because of it. And it's this self-perpetuating life force energy that is strengthening your will force and overall constitution to have more energy throughout the day. And you're carrying that torch of light and consciousness and high frequency with you wherever you go. You know what I mean? You're walking with that. You're not fucking lip servicing it on fucking line and whatever the fuck. You're actually embodying that and taking it with you, you know? So yeah. Yo. Oh, I love it, Tommy. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for strolling or scrolling on by, but yeah. Y'all got to check out that Your Open Natural Law, yo. That's some great shit. He's part of the network out in Scotland. Thank you so much for tuning in, brother. Really appreciate that. This mix is about that good old Luv-A-Lution while I still got the good old QR codes up. Sarah, thanks so much. And Christy, Maddie Winter, thank you so much. Really, thank you so much. Yeah, this is a follow-up from the Love and Hate. I don't know if that's the last one you saw, but yeah, we're trying to get more on the higher frequency green level of love with that Luv-A-Lution, the evolution through the activated heart-based intelligence that just it. If you've felt this way and had something like this of like the anahata chakra, heart explosive chakra awakening type of thing, where it just it explodes all the way up to your crown and then some type of thing, you know, and then you can really activate the third eye for fucking reals, because if the heart is closed, you know, how are you going to access even the fucking throat chakra? You know, having the gift of gab, being able to speak and have that conviction and you know, speaking in almost just like allowing yourself to be a vessel for the universe to speak, you know, that true objective truth and things like that. Yeah, brother, let's get into it, huh? Yeah, I don't want to make too many spoilers, right? This mix is going to be long, actually. It's damn near almost 2 hours. I mean, these are the types of mixes that I love to do, and it's really in contrast to the TikTokification of people's attention and all that jazz, right? And also to the, what do you call it, self gratification, because like, oh, I can just scroll around stuff, even though you might develop some scoliosis from that shit. But people think like, oh, I'm gonna check out this 3-minute video and like I get this life hack, and all of a sudden I fucking know some shit and living this stuff, and like, no, it actually there's a more wiser, stepwise path to that. I mean, stepwise, wise, right? Think about it. Anyways, sorry if I'm acting a little too smart for my own good. Sometimes it just much love out there, and yeah. Don't have my camera mirrored, but that's all good. I learned from last time on the intro of the last Love and Hate thing. My voice was muddled because I didn't have headphones, as you probably should. And if you took something like how to be the true, I don't even know how to say it anymore. But yeah, Tommy and Crip Rick, I think you took that too, and Sarah, you took that too. How to be the true media, Mark Passio's course. That's a great one. Yo, Crip Rick, what's cracking, yo? Revolution Radio in the house. We got Luv-A-Lution, Crip Rick, and Crosstalk. What the fuck is good, y'all? Much love, Luv-A-Lution, and yeah, someone get a hold of them and Dan Arnold. They've been kicking it out in the East Coast and all that. Thanks. It's just a couple stickers, you know. But here we go. Thanks for tuning in for the show.
Good evening. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Good evening. Good evening, brothers and sisters. We are gathered here tonight to create love through the medium of music. We are gathered here tonight to create love through the medium of music.
Jah we love and not another. One God for all the people on the face of the earth. One time God have made life.
True love, true words, true sound, true power. Warring elements from creation to destroy the wicked nation.
Understand, man, universal law.
The champions are here.
Have you heard of the Luv-A-Lution? I'd always ask people that. Have you heard?
Yo, to cops who roam the block and love to fire shots. You innocent for sure before they planted rocks. To babies having babies, teens is going crazy trying to raise a seed. Indeed, it's never easy. To brothers acting thug, cause thug's the only choice when you young, black and gifted, but don't have a voice. When you young, black and gifted, eyes is getting dry. We cried or well, the tears got trees to keep us high. To Crips, Bloods, disciples, folks and all brothers. We shame the ancestors, we all the same color. We fight and kill mothers, sons, friends and homies. Killing our own fam, cursed to live lonely. Yeah, to my people where you at, all across the map, you gotta get this up. When I spit with love, come and get this up. When I spit with love. Yeah, to my people where you at, all across the map, you gotta get this up. When I spit with love, come and get this up. When I spit with love. To my brothers on the grind trying to find some shine, realize you divine, don't waste a lifetime. To my sisters trying to find a man, know and understand, you're the souls bringing life to the fam. To the shorties on the avenues who wanna battle cruise, use your tools cause you blessed with jewels. Life's a school full of hard knocks when the bar's locked. Experience speaks out of the depths of my heart. To the spirits that's over top, you watching us smiling, knowing it don't stop, we gonna keep wildin'. To the governing bodies, presidents and officials, karma's a bitch, so why you launch all the missiles? Multiple issues, when the bombs getting louder, they'll only be happy with a nuclear shower. To the most high power, you watch us all, and you always pick us up when we start to fall. I holler. Yeah, to my people where you at, all across the map, you gotta get this up. When I spit with love, come and get this up. When I spit with love. Yeah, to my people where you at, all across the map, you gotta get this up. When I spit with love, come and get this up. When I spit with love.
Yeah, don't stop. One love, one. Yeah, don't stop.
You see the streets have me stressed something terrible.
Yeah, don't stop.
Open up their minds, be about yours.
Yeah, don't stop.
They can't get any worse, shit could only get better.
To the hustlers and ballers, single parent homes, God bless the child who got his own. To the Muslims and Jews and the Christians too, trying to fight against the acts evil men would do. To the black, to the white, red, yellow and brown, color really doesn't matter, we can all get down. From the rich to the poor to the in-between, I send a shout to my folks trying to get their life clean. Yeah, to my people where you at, all across the map, you gotta get this up. When I spit with love, come and get this up. When I spit with love. Yeah, to my people where you at, all across the map, you gotta get this up. When I spit with love, come and get this up. When I spit with love.
Rest in peace.
The Luv-A-Lution and the evil empire do not mix.
Somebody said we stole the cookies out the cookie jar. Praying hard for the sun and the star. See Allah, hold it down. Gave us Genesis and Nemesis, no. Gave us love so the spirit would grow. So, where did we go wrong? On and on, string the questions. Answer in my subtle dream sessions. Hard to learn a lesson when I don't respect a preacher. Hard to be a seeker, every student is a teacher. Gotta reach the top, let it knock through your speakers. Pop, we kinda wrapped in the government plot. Now lick a shot. We are miles apart.
No doubt it, left folks without it. Cold-hearted and parted, lift voice and shout it. No wonder all the stress and strife plague the planet. It's deeper than the structures that emerge from the granite. I slam it from the soul, roll to the outside. Put glory and pride aside in case the vibe worldwide is a scene. Whatever your self-seen, folks say it's a dream. I'm living the real thing. Whatever the earth bring, keep it in first string. Next time you hurt things, just let your soul sing.
Got bridges and gaps, syntax and little rap stacks of wax flip, putting killer the tracks, filling the maximum passion, blasting facts. Live up your life, did you have to ask? No, I spit that Willie natural, now check the Buddha flow. And with this loving in my heart, the world look beautiful. I wake up early in the morning, stretch and touch my toe. I need you with me in my life, cause man, that's all I know. We do it digital with poems for future leaders, for my homies and all of my senioritas, y'all can lead us.
I seen it on the radio, heard it on the TV. Images and words saying how we ought to be. They follow prophecies, then they got divisions in religions. Corporations build prisons, it's business decisions. Living on this foundation that's been planted long ago. Cats like Willie Lynch never wanted us to grow, but the real flow came much long before Wall Street dividends or even a world war. That pure uncut 100% vibe, family reunion, electric slide type of ride.
We are miles apart.
That consciousness, the self-love, really, it's not just an inside job, but we each need to face that on our own in order to be able to co-create with one another. If you don't have that within yourself, then yeah, it's very true. You have nothing to share. You're not well sourced.
I'm asking all of my people, where you loving that?
So don't fight the feeling. What we got right here, we ain't going nowhere. Open your mind. What we got right here, we ain't going nowhere.
I would love for that to get on the books. What is the Luv-A-Lution movement?
Yeah, so the Luv-A-Lution is that personal journey within oneself to higher conscious levels and higher awareness, leading to that self-love, that true unconditional self-love.
And there is continual evolution in all the forms. I am the cosmos. I am part of this process that I am doing. I'm part of it. I'm molecules. My molecules are those molecules. The stars that die, that's me. It's a real art how to drop yourself perfectly.
In the beginning, the vision was just an instant, a moment where everything shifted. Can feel it ever since an infant. I get it, there's something different, some alternate. I existed, I am what you not trying by multiplying my visits. No fear of dying, like I am addicted, defying limits. You oversimplifying by saying I'm scientific. I'm rocking that voodoo mystic like quantum superposition. What's gonna do to you if you listen? I introduce you to new visions. Sight for the blind, the light inside. They can light in the night in the mind. Maybe your time. Spit about design, ain't no matter but a little bit of shine. I'm a sort of like a vortex to give it my light. This is my metamorphosis spirit, I'm Godhead. Get up off my ship, it's earthbound. Magnetical flip, it'll turn around. For the way you live's not fertile now. Stigmatical switch, and the sound is subtle with a pitch, What I found is more than a glitch, plus true knowledge suppressed like a witch, Gotta give it back to invest in the kids' lunch with a big mess. Now time for the pick it up, put it all back in the mind till it's big enough sideways. I devise then put it up my way, and the prize is now for the primates. Could find no more by cage. It's time for the Christ age. You can find new sight in the light rays with a slight gaze, and you might just crave that feeling when they all just praise. But you gotta keep the ego at bay if you want to ascend here, pray, or it's all in the way, all in the way, all in the way.
exactly how it's meant to be. Cause it's meant to be. Everything exactly how it's meant to be. Next person I meet, I was meant to meet. Every person I see, I was meant to see. I'm on a frequency that was meant for me. If you ain't with love, you ain't a friend to me. But I'ma love you anyway, switch your energy. Everything exactly how it's meant to be. I'm on a frequency that was meant for me. Everything exactly how it's meant to be. I get everything in life I want eventually. I follow all the signs that are sent to me. I'm on a frequency that was meant for me. You in the same wave, I feel your energy. In a different lane don't make sense to me. I'm tuned in exactly how it's meant to be. But no one loves inside of everything. So I follow the signs and the signs treat me well. You have the power inside you as well. Sometimes when you try, it may be hard to tell. You manifest your own future yourself. This frequency's in you, the energy's with you. All you must do is remember what's in you. All you must do is remember who's in you. You are part God. God is who built you. This is your land. Love is his gift. If you know this, then the love will exist. This universe brings you what you want from it. You have no vision, then you don't have shit. Switch up your thinking, you may find your way. Otherwise, you may forget why you came. Don't do this for greed, don't do this for fame. Follow your path for your energy way.
The love is in me. The love is strong.
It's strong.
The love is in you. We all are one.
We're one.
The love is in us. We must evolve. The love is with us. This love is all. The love is in me. The love is strong. The love is in you. We all are one. The love is in us. We must evolve. The love is with us. This love is all.
Everything exactly how it's meant to be. Next person I meet, I was meant to meet. Every person I see, I was meant to see. I'm on a frequency that was meant for me. If you ain't with love, you ain't a friend to me. But I'ma love you anyway, switch your energy. Everything exactly how it's meant to be. I'm on a frequency that was meant for me. This was meant for me if there was anything that could ever be possibly meant to be. I am that person that's put here to tell you that they have been lying for centuries. You have a gift, I promise you this. You have been tricked and trained to resist. Your soul exists beyond this abyss. I have no motive to try to convince. Love is inside you, I feel it, you feel it. I know that you feel it, I know that you do. You have the answers inside of your spirit, don't fear it. Your spirit has always been true. No one can steal it, there's no need to heal it. Just know that God's always with you. Your thoughts are the reason your universe put you through all the things that you've been through. Your mind is a temple, your body's a vessel. Please take the time to just know that you're special. Don't just decide that you might as well settle. You have this light that's inside you forever. You have this light that's inside you whenever. Your mind is your temple, your body's your vessel. Now is the time to decide that you're better. Just follow your signs, you'll find a treasure.
The love is in me. The love is strong.
It's strong.
The love is in you. We all are one.
We're one.
The love is in us. We must evolve. The love is with us. This love is all. The love is in me. The love is strong. The love is in you. We all are one. The love is in us. We must evolve. The love is with us. This love is all.
We keep loving, no matter what they do or say. We keep loving, no matter what may be in the way. We keep loving, even when the skies are gray. We keep loving and living on mistakes, I'm forgiving. Keep loving, even if they judge and hate. We keep loving, even if our loving heart breaks. Keep loving forever, no matter what it takes. Keep loving and living on mistakes, I'm forgiving. Love is patient, love is kind, love will make it every time. To experience a lack of love is just a state of mind. Love never finds faults, it only saw divine. How can our very nature and makeup be denied? Love is inside, outside, from love we can't hide. Anything can be healed from a peaceful loving vibe. There's no limits given on what love can provide. Love is 13, 20, 33, synchronized. It casteth away the lies, and the false pride brings out anything unlike it to be purified. Just like a flowing stream, the current or the tide. And love uses any bullshit to fertilize, alchemize, joyous miracle, full of surprise. Kundalini rise, opening my heart and my eyes to reality. Finally, I realize only love will conquer, and it's starting with I. We keep loving, no matter what they do or say. We keep loving, no matter what may be in the way. We keep loving, even when the skies are gray. We keep loving and living living all mistakes are forgiven. Keep loving, even if they judge and hate. We keep loving, even if our loving heart breaks. Keep loving forever, no matter what it takes. Keep loving and living all mistakes are forgiven. Aloha, brim wadada, agape amor. To care for, share freely with and adore. More love to the whole world and you and yours. Only peace because war has never stopped war. How can I be bored with infinite love to explore? Radiating from my innermost being and core. Can't buy me love, shopping at department stores. Can't never find love, just trying to score. Love is the bees buzzing, birds chirping, lion roar. A lover's holding hands, rolling, laughing on the floor. Love is confident, prosperous, plentiful and sure. The key force and the key to the heart's door. Love is soft and gentle, yet militant and hardcore. Now, forevermore as well as before. Never grows old like the days of yore. My love pours forth like rays from my pores. We keep loving, no matter what they do or say. We keep loving, no matter what may be in the way. We keep loving, even when the skies are gray. We keep loving and living all mistakes are forgiven. Keep loving, even if they judge and hate. We keep loving, even if our loving heart breaks. Keep loving forever, no matter what it takes. Keep loving and living all mistakes are forgiven.
This Luv-A-Lution is all about raising our conscious level, the evolution of self-love and consciousness, and raising our vibration, teaching natural law.
Loving ourselves, you guys, is so important. We tend to love everybody outside of ourselves. We tend to give our energy outside of ourselves. But if we focus on the energy within ourselves and know that we're divine spirit, a beautiful light, we can really heal any trauma.
Bam-ba-dum, sound of the drum. When they get a taste, everybody wants some now. Bam-ba-dum, the foundation. Heard it from afar, everybody gon' come now. Bam-ba-dum, first they walk, then they run. Rising their fists to represent where they from now. Bam-ba-dum, the sound where your tongue. Everything you heard straight from creation. You want it, you got it. There's love you need it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You need it, we got it. There's love everywhere. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A rhythm for me, sound of the free. Do it in the streets of any country. Prophecy, root to the tree. Rock to the rhythm, ain't gotta pay your fee. Now lift your feet, I'm a slave to the beat. Stay with the rhythm while the rest be asleep. Then I dream of rhythms, wake up and spit them. Change to percussion, see sound in my vision now. Pay attention every day, sit and listen. More drum and bass, less politicking. Back on the road and we back on a mission. Many places, many stages to visit now. Bum-ba-dum, sound of the drum. When they get a taste, everybody wants some now. Bum-ba-dum, the foundation. Heard it from afar, everybody gon' come now. Bum-ba-dum, first they walk, then they run. Rising their fists to represent where they from now. Bum-ba-dum, the sound with your tongue. Everything you heard straight from creation. You want it, you got it. There's love in the air. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You need it, we got it. There's love everywhere. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sometimes love waters down in the bleach, so I wouldn't speak, practice what I wouldn't preach. Gotta be the love before you could try to share it. Find rhythm in the drums that you might have married. If it had a finger, you would put a ring on it. Informants in the place, but they sting on it. Wiretapped in a trap, now you sing on it. Only thing left to wife is the musica. Get a divorce from the world of Lucifer. Ja, I, God, Lord, and Allah. The rhythm flows through my mind and also my blood. Game on, game unfolding, I'm moving on. Young brothers to the cut, trying to shoot 'em up. And the people that show love, why while I use them for feeling like an evil king, son is absolute. You're the enemy, friend of me, but it's all pollution. Meditate to heartbeat and make a solution. I'ma rise up like the sun and spreading my lumens. Like hit the tree, grows and from it was chosen. Love chose life just like the mic I'm holding. Boil up the hot water, make a mic scold them. I'ma drop that 3-5 rhythm, never hold them. If they ever try to ask, say you don't know them. You can never sell out if they never sold them.
Want it, you got it. There's love in the air. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You need it, we got it. There's love everywhere. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sound of the drum in the trap. Let's rewind and take it back to the root, the djembe. Salute the sensei. Salsa, samba, bebop, djembe. It's in and around you like oxygen, claiming every spot you in, straight from the soul. So I stop it then. Go with it, swim with it, flow with it. Free your mind, body, and soul. You gon' get it. Put your ear to the ground and hear the sound of creation. Mother Nature's rhythm is motivation. It's in the air, the feeling of prosperity. Musical therapy, leading more clarity. Yeah, I can see it. Open-minded, we designed to keep it shining. Going in, digging deep. We keep mining, dust to dawn. Yo, everything changes, word is born. We breaking out of our chains, we taking control of things, we making changes. Nothing don't remain the same. We breaking out of our chains, we taking control of things, we making changes. Nothing don't remain the same. Hey.
Waking up, waking up, waking up, waking up, waking up, waking up, waking up.
That you could just leave, hurts when you've been deceived. Hard for you just to breathe. You just went in a million in the sea. First time in a billion. The system thinks that they could give us the right to have feelings. The prevailing tailspin is bail on friends, but through this frozen Kelvin, I will never fail them. Hell depends on they failed attempts to break they spell and vent and tell them I won't sell a damn thing. I'm gonna plead fifth that won't tell things. Proceed and spit, never will derail. Impale dreams, I still think us together is a good thing. Vampires of the night gave the hood fangs. Good luck. Yeah. And now that you're left, hurts for you just to breathe, hurts for you just to see. You just went in a million in the sea. First time in a billion, the system thinks that they can give us the right to have feelings. The prevailing tailspin is bail on friends, but through this frozen Kelvin, I will never fail them. Hell depends on they failed attempts to break they spell and vent and tell them I won't sell a damn thing. I'm gonna believe it, they won't tell things. Proceed and spit, never will derail. Impale dreams, I still think us together is a good thing. Vampires of the night gave the hood fangs. Good luck.
Soul of that we know, walk the path of truth we show. I am myself, contain a whole, and you I see complete the we collectively. True love body, unconditionally, because we love, not separately from me, love we. So sister, in this whisper we say, walk your path strong every night and each day. As you always sing the song with all the love we shall say. Lasting origins of vibrant evolution. take a flight. Upon the wind, sweet love we send to consecrate your sacred union of the soul. Spirit we know, see it your glow. Feel it, watch it grow, and echoes from the depths of the cosmos. Oh, deep soul, we want you to know you're so beautiful, so beautiful. Emanate essence of a potent rose, a rarity as vast as the sea. Like the river she flows so effortlessly. A divine beauty she shine through we. Sister divine, sent from above, a reflection of pure and eternal love, eternal love, eternal love. Lasting origins of vibrant evolution, loving its original time, fulfillment inside, and look to a person to honor such a brilliant light, born of the earth, and love is communion, sacred union like a strength in each stride. My sister, we see you walk in your journey, and we bless you with the highest of light. L-O-V-E, love is a solution, so set your love free with the L-O-V-E, further evolution and blessed unity with the L-O-V-E. Love is a solution, so set your love free with the L-O-V-E. Further evolution and blessed unity.
They say that goodness in life belongs to those who believe. So I believe. Yes, I start to think, and then I sink into the paper. Like I was ink when I'm writing, I'm trapped in between the lines. I escape when I finish the rhyme. And yo, I start to think, and then I sink into the paper. Like I was ink when I'm writing, I'm trapped in between the lines. I escape when I finish. My pop said he was in love when he made me. Thought about it for a second, wasn't hard to see. I could hear he wasn't sincere, was a game of promotion. The entire affair's probably charged with emotion. When love call your heart, I guess you got to pursue. 12-11-7-3, my life is testament. Praise the beneficent element that breath, devoid in the form that make love manifest. I spent my early years in Roosevelt projects. It was a bright valley with some dark prospects. In '83, Vandy C was the host with the most. I listened to the rap attack and held the radio close. I listened to the rap attack and held the radio close. This was far before the days of high glamour and post. Hey yo, power from the street light made the place dark. I know a few understand what I'm talking about. It was love for the thing that made me wanna stay out. It was love for the thing that made me stay in the house. Spending time writing rhymes, trying to find words to describe the vibe that's inside the space where you close your eyes and screw your face. Is this the pain of too much tenderness to make me nod my head in reverence? Should I visit this place in remembrance or build landmarks here as evidence? Nighttime spirit shook my temperament to write rhymes that portray this sentiment. We live the now for the promise of the infinite. We live the now for the promise of the infinite, and we believe in the promise. Love, 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 love. Yes, yes, sure, and we don't stop because I start to think and then I sink into the paper like I was ink when I'm writing. I'm trapped in between the lines. I escape when I finish the rhyme. I got love, L-O-V-E and I-B. Love, L-O-V-E to MC. Get love, L-O-V-E and I-B. Love, L-O-V-E I-M-C. Get love, L-O-V-E and I-B. Love, L-O-V-E to MC. Get love, L-O-V-E and I-B. The M-O-S-D-E-F and then E. Check it out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Hear me out, y'all. Check me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Hear me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Check me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. Feel me out, y'all. My folks said they was in love when they made me. I take the love they made me with to make rhymes and beats. Can you feel? The raw deal is all wheel driven. Right. Contemplate the essence of beats, rhymes, and living. Speech align with the rhythm. Right. Design with the rhythm. Ears and eyes keeping good time with the rhythm. I shine with the rhythm. The Black Star Galacticus, your big number flating. We ancient like the abacus. After us, I see must proceed to be trees, sprouting leaves, giving breeze to the we who believe. I MC, which means I must cultivate the earth straight back, straight facts, heartbeats and hard work. I beat the funky drum of the soft and the hard earth. Amen. Pray Allah keep my soul and heart clean. Amen. Pray the same thing again for all my team. For restoration, full green. Head on out the Queen. Uptown. To boogie down. Yo, just look around. Shook up the world. Like Ali in 6'3". I'm reaching a height that you said could not be. I'm bringing a light what you said we can't see. So the new day coming. It look just like me. Sun burst through the clouds. My photo ID. I bring light to your day and raise your degree. The universal magnetic. You must respect it. From end to beginning. Bright, true, and living. Ever changing but sustaining. Magnificent. Building it now for the promise of the infinite. Building it now for the promise of the infinite. Because I start to think and then I sink into the paper. Like I was ink when I'm writing, I'm trapped in between the lines. I escape. When I finish the rhyme, I got love. L-O-V-E and I-B. Love. L-O-V-E to MC, get love. L-O-V-E and I-B. Love. L-O-V-E to MC, get love. L-O-V-E and I-B. Love. L-O-V-E to MC, get love. L-O-V-E and I-B. The M-O-S-D-E-F in it.
Take a day or two to show them some fun. Play your part as a dad. Be responsible for what they become. Cause maybe that long talk, firm hug, and that laugh will help your kid read fluently and better at math. It's gonna take more than just the school staff to prepare them for the struggle that awaits in their path. It takes love. Come on. You want the cars and the raw chains, but you don't thank the Lord above for the small things. The food in your fridge, your girl or your wife, the source of it all, the one who brings the drive in your life. Don't get me twisted, be about your bread, but let the truth be said. You'll go so further if you pray before you go to bed. I put my heart in this song because I've seen hate stirring us wrong, but we can fix it with love.
The globe try to take your soul a ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. Throw up your hands, show some love, love. The globe try to take your soul a ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. The globe try to show some love, 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 love.
I got love for the first rapper paving the way to the highest paid rapper today. Show the young inner city kid another way of living. Who could have been another nigga dead or in prison? Although the block brought me stress, the block made me fresh. The block propped me and wished me the best. So when the homies got it rough out there, we just reminisce the old days, rolling while we put it in the air. Out of love, we throw the family get-togethers, backyard in the summer, party with no drama, and dance with our mamas. The Pac's dear mama, we grew up good under the sun and pay homage to the elders, and gather round taking pictures, and listen to that uncle who lies and bullshit ya, and watch the little ones grow tight, run around till the sun goes down. The whole vibe of this sound is straight love.
The globe try to take your soul a ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. Throw up your hands, show some love, love. The globe try to take your soul a ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. The globe try to show some love, 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 love.
Try the front line of Derek Buck, here it Drew, Big Drac and Chuck to turn it out, no question. But mainly here to pass down the message. Your lifetime's the ultimate blessing. Focus on the big picture and it puts it in perspective. I know it gets hectic at times and nerve-wracking, but the sunshine's coming. Good times are rolling along. The struggle's only making us strong. It's all love.
The globe, try to take your soul to ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. Throw up your hands, show some love, love. The globe, try to take your soul to ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. The globe, try to show some love, 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 love. The globe, try to take your soul to ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. Throw up your hands, show some love, love. The globe, try to take your soul to ride. Put all the pain and the strain and the stress aside. Release yourself, don't be ashamed, do what you feel inside. The globe, try to show some love, 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 love.
Of a love perspective, like love. We do it all for the love, y'all. Yeah, we do it all for the love, y'all. Whether white, black, Spanish, ain't a thug, y'all. We do it, we give it all for the love, y'all. We just giving it all for the love, y'all. We do it all for the love, y'all. We in the party, put your hands up, yeah, y'all. Yeah, we do it all for the love, y'all. We do it. Love getting down and I love a cool breeze. Love seeing checks from record companies. Love, love, and love, cause I love what I do. And we do a thing for the 192 and the rest of the country, cause we from there too. Making sure love is given when I get it from you. Everybody, we regulate the party and shit. Come on, love it when I get a little rugged with it. Love, the circumstance to make my dough flow right. Love rockin' mics, plus the ill style nice. She does it real good, but love to make it more better. Got me kinda open in the DK sweater. Love when my peoples come home from jail bids. Really love women and I really love kids. Love tight clubs where the music just bang. Can't with gas women or a shorty got bangs. Loving it, yeah, yeah, I'm loving it. Yeah. Love a woman when she got a tight outfit. Come on, outfit mean the outlook and disposition. You love it when it does a love composition. Love peanut butter and jelly on wheat. Wildin' out, making hot shit to high beats from Ohio to Poughkeepsie, from Phoenix to NC, from Cali to DC. Love it when the pressure falls right on me. Love it when God keeps on overlooking. Do a tight show so promoters keep booking. We do it all for the love, y'all. Yeah, we do it all for the love, y'all. We get the paper, but it's still for the love, y'all. From the heart, inside of the heart, y'all. We do it all for the love, y'all. For real, for the love, y'all. All my peoples in the ghettos for the love, y'all. All my peoples all around for the love, y'all. For the love, love. Former close bond where my people still at. If they call me and I don't call back, 4 weeks at a time, love is still intact. Let's be big about it and realize the fact. Love it when the underdog comes through. Ghetto rebel riser overthrow these rules. Love it when I get spared another day. Used to drink Zay while my niggas wait, yay. Love it when I gain control over this. Life is really bigger than the rolling on my wrist. Got a twist to the shit and the answers inside. Show as the world is small and the Mississippi's wide. Had to rock a vest over untrue stress. Now I see people rocking ears in jest. Love it when my loved one really hold me down. Brand new flight and I'm taking off ground. We do it all for the love, y'all. Check it out, we do it all for the love, y'all. For the love, for the love, for the love, y'all. We get the paper, but it's still for the love, y'all. Y'all, we do it all for the love, y'all. For everybody, for the love, y'all. Whether white, black, Spanish, ain't a thug, y'all. Yeah, we give it y'all just the love, y'all. Just the love inside of the heart, y'all. Yeah, for the love, 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 y'all.
Pain is something that man must endure in his heart. And since the heart feels pain so easily, some believe life is pain. You are delicate like glass. That is, your heart is. Yes, this is worth earning my empathy. I'm saying I love you.
mama thinks it's odd that I travel the planet without needing a job or even needing to rob. I was given this chance to speak things that I saw, and man, I hope she'll be involved while I carry the rhythm across the land. Damned if I don't do what I'm supposed to do with these hands. Is voice one, choice, yes, I one. Sentient intelligence, traveling the planet while I'm battling irrelevance. Much more peculiar than a back of floating elephants. Picture perfect stories of my world while I'm telling it. Exposing the untruth, more crooked than my tooth. These words I produce project through the studio booth. Cause I love my life, it's good to be here. I learned it from my folks how to break that fear. Don't you love your life? Ain't it good to be here? Man, I love my life. It's good to be here. I learned it from my folks how to break that fear. Don't you love your life? Ain't it good to be here? Do we move with time? Does time move with us? Most living life in God we trust. Other brothers all caught up in lust. From dusk to dawn, they thought it was just a phase of life they on. Now the time is gone. Yes, no coming back. The lack of love in their life and knowing how to act. Situations that make evil minds react. That'll have a stupid motherfucker laying on his back. He's dead now. Yes, we miss his soul. Yes, we wish he was here so he could finish his goals. Yes, I love my life, though at times it might seem impossible to make it through the hardest fight. But you ball up your fist, sock fate in the face. Say get out of my way, I'ma make it today and tomorrow if I need it. Yes indeed it'd be cool, cause whatever I do, I'ma make it through the hardest fight. At the end of the night, through the end of the flight, through life. Say I love my life, it's good to be here. I learned it from my folks how to break that fear. Don't you love your life? Ain't it good to be here? Say you love your life, it's good to be here. I learned it from my folks how to break that fear. Don't you love your life? Say, ain't it good to be here? Visualize the size of life, immense, beyond the pretense of death. This being the first step towards true intelligence while we in defense of our fucking government. While they're killing us, man, they loving it. Cause the sheep gobbling up the bullshit that they shoveling. Elevate, motivate, get your life straight. Do whatever it takes to put some food on your plate. Shift away, remove the hate from your soul. Find yourself some goals and stick to it, you can do it. They want you to be stupid, so they can use it against you to control what you're doing. Since the 1950s, the noose hasn't loosened. Ooh. They hate all minorities and immigrants, a nuisance. So we have to do what's right before they try to take us in the middle of the night. Say you love your life, it's good to be here. I learned it from my folks how to break that fear. Don't you love your life? Say, ain't it good to be here? Man, I love my life, it's good to be here. I learned it from my folks how to break that fear. Don't you love your life? Say, ain't it good to be here? Man, I love my life, it's good to be here. I learned my life, it's good to be here. I love my life, it's good to be here. It's good to be here, it's good to be here. Planet Asia, he loves his life. My boy Cubic, he loves his life. Dale the Funky, he loves his life. Living legends, they love their life. Yard Massive, of course they love their life. Hobo Junction, of course they love their life. The whole world, they love their life. And you love your life. And you, your life. You better love your life.
The one who deserves to survive is the one who has the will to make it happen. He was protected. He ignored his will to survive and chose to die for a false hope. Your survival is not a mistake.
When it's beginning to get dark, you know, and everything breathes very softly, and the sky gets very, very blue, and then very, very pink, and here you feel something. It's hard to explain.
Forever on the move, could lose himself in foreign lands. From where I stand, I'm always listening, attentive and anticipating antidotes. I hang from every word. Stories that he told, exciting, best I ever heard. He been to places that I dreamed about, adventurous, inspiring accounts of spontaneity, supplying doubt. It's stagnant comfort, a complacement, insecurity. He left the nest in early stages of maturity. An example of an ample amount of ambition, combined with the will to explore minus permission. From all authority, shaping and molding the artistic nature, creativeness flowing free.
week, and I learned of the different types of people I might meet. He told me money would come, but value time. Family and love from others, what's divine? Use your mind and heart, trust your gut, instinct and such. Mistakes cost you much. Regret, retrospect, respect is earned. Now what's the greatest thing he ever learned? He paused and then he spoke with much concern. Said the greatest was to love and be loved back in return. He paused and then he spoke with much concern. Said the greatest was to love and be loved back in return.
So we talk about how you can't give what you don't have. And so you have to love yourself in order to truly love someone else. That is a very crucial thing. In this many relationships, their cups are empty. They got nothing to give but material things, you know. And so that we have to start to pull away from and start minimizing our lives, really focusing on our priorities and our relationships. Helps us dissolve such a divide within the genders, within, you know, different ethnicities, and all sorts of things. We realize we are love, you know, we get to that love frequency, that new humanity you speak of, that's so beautiful, because that has to come from dissolving our egos and opening our hearts. Based intelligence.
Coming from our soul.
Yeah, connecting with our souls, listening to our souls, our higher selves.
That was a song about loving thyself, connecting with natural law, because there is a law in the universe. If we do not align with this law, we are going to suffer.
Gotta be yourself, be yourself, be yourself. Gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Teach yourself, teach yourself.
love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else. Today I spent the day with oneself. I watch my shadow on the pavement. In amazement, connected to the earth and the sun and the moon and the stars. Cause it controls who we are. Feel creation, ain't no need to hold the gun tight. I feel my skin saturating in the sunlight. Look at the rock formations and the earth tones. I watch the sky turn the color of my birthstone. The birds echo in the distance like a church song. Been here before my birth until the earth's gone. I watch the sky turn the color of my birthstone. Been here before creation till the earth's gone. You gotta be yourself, be yourself, be yourself. Said it's alright. Gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Gotta hear yourself, hear yourself, hear yourself. Gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else, gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else, gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else, breathe it, feel that, get on down. We gotta work it down. Breathe it, feel that, get on down. We gotta work it down. Exhale, smack that, see that, believe that, see that. Gotta release that negative vibration. Feel that sedative sensation. Ain't no additives or imitation. Gotta let it live. But you in violation. You in violation. So quit violating. Gotta be yourself, be yourself, be yourself. Gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Gotta teach yourself, teach yourself, teach yourself. Gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else, gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else, gotta love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. Before you love someone else. Y'all illegitimate. Writing your lyrics like you're illiterate. I went to consider it. Didn't even think about content a little bit. Just scribbled it. Get off the vinyl with your fake gibberish. It's inadequate. Most of your thoughts ain't worth the tablet that you dabbling on. Contaminants contained in the phrases of commercial jargon. Cliches at the end of every margin. It should be embarrassing. I guess it's just the American dream in you. So many get lost in the quest for material, forgetting that they came to earth alone and ain't taking nothing to their burial. I heard enough about drugs and thugs and clubs and sluts, etc. Whatever happened to the love for self, for we, for us in America? Whatever happened to love for self, for we, for us in America?
Get some information about natural law, you guys. It's so important that we align with these laws in the universe and we create order, freedom, truth, unity, love here instead of chaos, fear. It's all up to us though, folks. We have to make the change here. We can't wait for an outside savior to come and wipe out the bad, and we actually need to do the work. And that's why I'm teaching my brothers and sisters about natural law, the true law in the universe.
If you really got the feeling and believe in the dream, then maybe wake up when you're sleeping and repeat after me. If you really got the feeling and believe in the dream, then maybe wake up when you're sleeping and retrieve the whole piece.
That's right. You know that's right.
We are a part of all the rebel ones. There is, there are ladies, ain't no cover at the door. And on living for a second, then you're gone.
You know that's right. You know that's right.
You got $1, better save that for tomorrow. It's the love thing.
Say what? Say what?
The love thing.
One more time.
And if you got tomorrow, better keep that in your pocket. It's the love thing.
Say what? Say what?
The love thing.
Break it on down. that's right. You know that's right.
And that's why we share information with people, because once you wake up, and it's our job to wake people up. I think that's the one great work, is sharing what we know, right?
I'ma tell you that I'm sipping on this road. You know what's wrong and true. So what you gonna do?
the lions of love, wings from above. We take the flight of the dove, from the desert to the sea. We found a sound to set you free. To out of the infinite blessings, thanks we are given. From out of the ancient holy souls, love we are receiving. Mystic music momentum keeps us rolling on and on. Within the lions of love, wings from above. We take the flight of the dove, from the desert to the sea. We found a sound to set you free. To out of the infinite blessings, thanks we are given. From out of the ancient holy souls, love we are receiving. Mystic music momentum keeps us rolling on and on.
Fear of death. They got thousands of fears for us. You gotta drop those, dissolve them, and that comes from knowledge and self-love. Knowledge of self, and then the love of self, and love of humanity, and that we're all connected here, guys. We're all in this together. One consciousness, one love.
And with Luv-A-Lution, we like to say, know thyself to love thyself. Because in today's society, we think loving ourselves means spending money on myself, doing my nails. Like everything that we think is love is external. Feeding our family, feeding whoever, our company, it's all love. But it's actually false love. It's external love. We have this beautiful, abundant energy of love right within us, and it's free. And it's right there, and it's always waiting for you. Always. And so if you can get past the ego, the thoughts, the negativity, and all of that, and say, I'm going to be myself now, I'm going to put boundaries up, I'm going to protect this ball of energy and light, then you'll learn that protecting it is so important.
Yeah,
so important.
And that comes with the self-love, guys, protecting your energy and not being around people you don't want to be around. Say, no thanks, I'm good, thank you, all right. Over here, enjoy it. And that's saying yes to your soul.
When you're born, what is the first organ that physically grows? Your heart. So all that you are, all the potential, all of this soul code memory, most of its intelligence resides within the mind that is in the center of your chest. But the mind in your head must be in alignment for there to be correspondence.
In every ancient tradition, they talk about the life force being in the blood. The heart is what pumps that through the whole physiology.
And we are here mystically and mysteriously. Conception. What you think? Love. Earth.
The heart is the generator, it's the pump. It's the center of the being. As important as the brain is, the heart is ultimately what's generating the experience. Because what we care about determines what we think about on a daily basis most of the time, and therefore how we behave.
Because you as the individual are also going to have to call upon your own internal resources. You're going to have to train and dedicate and consecrate yourself to this pathwork. You are going to have to master both your weakness and your strength, taking forthwith with a vow to attain your highest potential and to embody the highest aspects of who you are, and slowly climb that mountain of self-mastery, which is at that place between the material and the spiritual, and forge yourselves in the fires of the Athanor, and allow yourselves to fully explore the records that are there within you, extracting them and actualizing them from within yourselves. For there are those in times past that have achieved this, having gone through the same process that you are now going to potentially come into. The transformation of all that is base into all that is sacred by embracing the great alchemical transmutation.
Flow down the river Nile, Kemet and all those places.
And it's through dedication and action, through meditation, and sometimes even through supernatural experiences that cannot be refuted once the process takes you. It's like I've said to all of my initiates, once the process takes you, it's going to take you. For the quest of the grail of consciousness is not for the faint of heart. It is for the pure in heart. For the miracles that we experience are not going to interfere with the workings of cosmic law, but are in fact in alignment with it. And we will have these experiences in attainment, a proof that the reality of all of this is nearer than it has been before. And so with this teaching, it was derived from the cultivation of the power of internal visualization. Or in other words, you as the individual are going to have to take these ideas, look into them deeper yourself, and gradually transform them into inner pictures and symbolism and symbol codes. And it's these symbol codes and archetypes of consciousness.
Don't you know you meant so much? And I see you again. I wanna thank you for your love. And I see you again. Like a sunny day in June. You know you left us all too soon. I wish you had a second chance, but life just doesn't last.
It's like a gift, baby. It's a gift, this life we live. This life we live, like we live. It's a gift, this love we give. This love we give, like we give. So what do I owe this honor of life? It's a pleasure to be blessed by God in His light. I can't ask for nothing less, but my daughter's alright. I got food in the fridge, clothes in the crib. I ain't complaining about shit, I know I get what I give. People claiming that they rich, so ugly and sick. I'm not saying that I'm shit, I'm staying grateful, that's it. When it's your time and you die, you can't take none of this with. I'm always staying factual, system was never practical. They reserving the federal notes fractional. But it don't matter what they do. Once the people wake up, it won't matter, we can't lose. So just be grateful for all God does. This life we live it, like we live it. Yeah. And just be thankful we all got love. This love we give it, like we give it. It's a gift, this life we live. This life we live it, like we live it. It's a gift, this love we give. This love we give it, like we give it. Every day a new lesson, this life we get. Every day's a blessing, this life's a gift. Trying to make the wrongs feel right with it. Trying to make it all feel right. What if humanity's purpose wasn't planned to be perfect? Maybe this just a small portion of the course is gorgeous. You never know, it's all perspective. We all connected, living in a system that's designed and effective. Not to mention neglected, it's still a blessing. Earth provides the herbs if your soul in need of cleansing. Yeah, relax and let it set in. Why are you tripping? Why you stressing? These man-made games can't phase my day. You throw some shade my way, it ain't gon' rain on my flame. It ain't gon' change my game. I ain't folding about the race. Holding aces of spades, controlling my fate. The gift, the present, be aware in the present. Never second guess it for a second. Every segment is connected. A perfect personal legend, accepted. It's a gift, we exist. It's bliss, it's a blessing. So just be grateful for all God does. This life we live it, like we live it. Yeah. And just be thankful we all got love. This love we give it, like we give it. It's a gift, this life we live. This life we live it, like we live it. It's a gift, this love we give. This love we give it, like we give it. Every day a new lesson, this life we get. Every day's a blessing, this life's a gift. Trying to make the wrongs feel right with it. Try to make it all feel right again. Every day a new lesson, this life we get. Every day's a blessing, this life's a gift. Try to make the wrongs feel right with it. Try to make it all
makes you go around and round and round and round and round. And what the world needs is a love that's sweeter than the melody that makes you go around and round and round and round and round.
It's undeniable. Music has a profound effect on our perspectives and understanding, thus expanding our unconscious depth. Under the shells, uncover the truth propels, discover the use of self, unexposed to the warmth of daylight, undisclosed within the sources, a light, nothing on planet Earth. My manic search for the essence undeterred, submerged into the underside, blurred by the yearning to greed. My words heed the direction of the unseen, covered the unheard, clutching but 1/3 of the man in which I used to be. Transcended by blind faith and uncertainty, the prospects of tomorrow. I borrow time from the divine to provide love. Someone my love, pause to define love. But the term is underrated. Its unsung praises go unstated, unappreciated, giving me reason to render these expressions which are uncensored. Unfortunately, the truest cast within this game often go unmentioned. To the unrefined, it's hard to listen. They dispensing the same old, my name holds promise. To the pioneers of hip-hop, I pay homage. Sustained knowledge of existence, uncontained rhythm of a sentence. The blend uncommon to your ear, it perk your senses like a stimulant. Unbeknown to man, that expands body is sentiment within my hand holding the mic to recite what's undisputed. I give my life and soul to the music. Yo, it's like that, y'all. And word to God, y'all. Don't stop until the music get inside. Come on. Word to God, y'all. Come on.
Seasons change, mad things rearrange. Seasons change, mad things rearrange. But it all stays the same like the law.
Love is broken hearts and invisible tears. Love is sighs and cries, pain and fear. Love is sunshine in the morning time, getting flowers for your moms on Valentine. And when another brother sticking out his neck to rhyme, love is giving up props for appropriate lines. Love is holding hands on a quiet walk. Love is knowing when somebody needs a person to talk to. Love is disappointment, love is lust and greed. Love is lending out a hand for some people in need. Love can be cruel, and it damn sure is scary. Some people got a love for that lady named Mary. You know how it go, love is universal. It makes no difference where you live, stay at, or make your home. Cause without that one ingredient, speedy or not, you'll be trying to catch love with no reason to stop.
The L, the L, the L, the L, the O, the O, the O, the O, the V, the V, the V, the V, and the E, the E, the E, the E, the L, the L, the L, the L, the O, the O, the O, the O, the V, the V, the V, the V, and the E, the E, the E, the E.
I've been reading the books of life for insight, trying to see the fundamental key that motivates and drives you and me. Through annals of experience and volumes of emotion I read. The reoccurring theme in the plot of life is human relativity. Physical and emotional magnetism manifested through human touch was psychologically imbalanced. And love is our crutch. How many times have you almost slipped and fell, but love keeps you standing up. Without the benefit of love for your pains, you might as well say what the fuck and give it all up. The money, drugs, and the such. Material goods are temporary. Ask yourself what's a must. Whether you give it out or take it in. Love for the heart or for the skin. Love for others, love for self, love for well-being and health. Trust, faith, caring, rapport, friendship, compassion, the universal law. When your life flashes before you, this might be all that you saw. A moment with the true love under the light of the stars. So keep your soul at peace and pour your heart in the cause. Somebody to appreciate your good points and accept your flaws.
O, the O, the O, the O, the V, the V, the V, the V, and the E, the E, the E, the E, the L, the L, the L, the L, the O, the O, the O, the O, the V, the V, the V, the V, and the E, the E, the E, the E.
What exactly is the definition of a more complex question for us to explore? It's hard to explain the secondhand emotion that we have that makes us feel good and bad, happy and sad, and at the same time it makes us feel warm inside, but it can also burn us when the fires reach too high. Sometimes I wonder if we just make it up in our mind to explain why we like something so much we need it by our side. How do we really know what love is? If it's supposed to be blind, then how do we know when it's true love that we find? You never know when Cupid is around on the attack, cause love can shoot you in the heart or even stab you in the back. A positive and negative addiction causing so much affliction, endless contradictions, the safest form of pleasure and pain in the same system. If love is life, then I know this with no debate. Love is evil the other way, so we need to keep it straight.
The L, the L, the L, the L, the O, the O, the O, the O, the V, the V, the V, the V, and the E, the E, the E, the E, the L, the L, the L, the L, the O, the O, the O, the O, the V, the V, the V, the V, and the E, the E, the E, the E. Memories and visions of past days keep me going. Struggle and pain is hard, but like streams we keep flowing. The innocence of my mind causes my thoughts to sink. I realize my life could change in a blink. Let me think, will Father Time spare me a second? No exceptions, break through my cocoon. Experience teaches lessons at age 7. My experience to reach its pinnacle. My parents are defining what happened to unconditional. Spelling out 7 letters, breaking they love with a pencil. It wasn't that simple. What is life if we don't live it? Even though we had hard times, love is infinite. The conclusion deducted from my own life by my mental. Everything is meaningless, but love is essential. It keeps me striving, helps me to maneuver around bends through time. I keep surviving, but when will life end is the question.
Without love, we won't exist.
Tears had my vision blurred, but I still wrote the words. I think the pain gives me an advantage. I take the hurt and channel it. Tormented artists can understand it. This is life, I write what I feel. I combine passion and skill. This is therapeutic, I don't do it for the deal. Everybody wants to be loved, no matter who you are. I would have pulled the plug a while back if it wasn't for God. This world is filled with facades and frauds. Thieves and killers and stars. Nobody wants to be right. Folks just want to be hard. Evil images are given emphasis. Speak on elevation and see who's interested. What these kids is kicking is wicked. They keep the music simplistic so that the children can get it. Listen to the lyrics, it isn't hard to tell. Rappers claim they sharing how it is where they dwell, but I heard it before, and there's gotta be more. The self-destructive sisters and brothers claiming they hardcore, teaching the seed scene secondary. MCs lack integrity, they don't see the correlation between our legacy and our destiny. The Most High bless me to bring the truth. How can a tree bear fruit if it ain't got root? No, it's love. This is the art of love. Still in here, we persevere. We don't die, we elevate and multiply. East side, west side, to my people over still side. Rise and shine, free your mind, it's love. My first joint was called the Ghetto Gospel EP. My first piece of vinyl as an MC, now that was in 93. I ripped the mic for Christ, I learned that trying to do it right comes with a price. I got slept on even though my flow was tight. I guess I didn't fit the clique of the 666. I ain't doing this to get rich, my soul ain't for sale. Cause in the end, the Most High will prevail. I represent the paradox of the Son of God born in hell. Time will tell, what can't be hidden. I give the true living, it's beyond religion. What goes around, comes around. You reap what you sow. I plant seeds of love so a righteous harvest will grow. God knows I try, God knows I cry. Even when a tear didn't fall from my eye. But the pen and pad gives lab away to a much brighter day. What I'm trying to say, this isn't art, it comes from the heart. I'm not an actor playing a part. This has been my passion since the start. Before the dawn, I guess it's always dark. It was love. This is the art of love. Still in here, we persevere. We don't die, we elevate and multiply. East side, west side, to my people over still side. Rise and shine, free your mind, it's love. We still in here, we persevere. We don't die, we elevate and multiply. East side, west side, to my people over still side. Rise and shine, free your mind, it's love. Like this, we still in here.
Life's
Sometimes throws you curves, gotta grab hold, choke up on that bat and put your weight on your toes. So if the heat's on the ball, then it's heat for your soul. So while the heat's coming on, it's the heat you control. So you could take a swing at this thing called life and just sit back in the batter's box and take them strikes. Now see me, if it's in my zone, I freak what I feel. I just always wind up in left field. Now I don't want to step on any toes when I do what I do, but I do. I don't like to upset folks by saying what I be saying, but I still speak truth. See, I ain't like you. Never let another hold me back, shut me down. I pull through. I didn't mean to offend you, but I got business to tend to, so I continue. Am I caught up in something that can I see straight? Did I clear out my closet or is it rancid? Am I insecure, congested, and defensive? Was I true to myself on all occasions? Did I reflect and take all in consideration? Was I pacing myself or just racing for zilch? Did I cross my T's or my I's dotted? Can I look myself in the mirror and lie about it? See, I fell into this music out of love. Dedicated my every waking moment out of love. Dreaming about my future, can't see it without the love. This poetry, my posts, I post nothing above love. Credit my successes to my love. I'm living free of stress, no regrets, that's love. I run for looking back, I react off love. You show me respect, I reflect back love.
Man, I be telling you all the time, man, you know, love, that word love is a very serious thing, and if you don't watch out, I tell you that. Because a lot of people out here, they say, I love my car, or I love my chain, or I'm just in love with that girl over there. So for all the people out there that fall in love with material items, we're gonna bump the beat a little something like this. You know, a lot of people believe that word love is real sore. But when you use it in your vocabulary like you're addicted to it, it sneaks right up and takes you right out. So, for future reference, remember, it's alright to like or want a material item, but when you fall in love with it and you start scheming and carrying on for it, just remember, it's gonna get you.
Love is easy when you care, you share. Love is easy when you care, you share.
What did the lass do after that remark? She looks me direct in the eye and replies, she plunges.
Love is easy.
Precious love, so good to me. Oh, precious love, so good to me. Oh, precious love, the purest thing.
Was born in a small town called Pacoima, California, where them gangsters bang ghetto life thugging on the corner. Youngest child of 6. When I came, Pop split with Mama, used to visit on weekends till he moved to the north side of Cali. 14, he died. 15, my mom's died. Alcoholic, diabetic forces were my life too. Moved with my older brother, taught me discipline, but I wasn't ready though. Still shocked and holding pain. So I skipped school, got F's, got the posters on my wall, taking down, no TV. Times I felt like you ain't want me round. Set up in my room, developing the mind of a loner, writing rhymes, rapping out my days instead of homework. With all my 3 sisters, place to place like one time. And some this life, this rap thing is gonna pay. I know that I was trifling, but still set in my ways, living for better days until I die. I'm striving. If I'm broke, I'll with that cheddar check.
Oh, precious love, so good to me. Oh, precious love, the purest thing. Oh, precious love, so good to me. Oh, precious love, the
brothers. The most beautiful woman in the galaxy, my mother. The strongest black women raising kids alone, my sisters. The best part of my future is my present love interest. The most important time, right now and ever after. The greatest expression is love, happiness, and laughter. See, life is a book and this song is just another chapter. I'll stay down to earth and real. If you speak, I'll speak back. I'm not a preacher or a scholar, I'm merely just a rapper. I probably don't fit into the current state of what you consider that to be. So you ask, how can I rap if I ain't thugged out, pimping, flossing my ice pack and the gas? And if this was all I got, I want dough, I can't lie. But never sell my soul in front inside of mainstream signs. The purest love is how I'm driven, set and reach for my goals. If nothing else, I leave the world some songs that speak from the soul. It goes.
More precious love, so good to me. More precious love, the purest thing. More precious love, so good to me. More precious love, the purest thing. More precious love, so good to me. More precious love, the purest thing. More precious love, so good to me. More precious love, the purest thing.
This song's hella personal to me. It's like a classic, actually, for those who know me and see me do it live. I'm a ghetto ass beat, but I made it in November 2000 when I was going through some tough times. Get you some deep shit. I hope you dig it, peep it, and get something from it. Get something from it. Wow. The damn neighbors still trying to fuck with me. The industry sucked me in and that's luck for me. I'm lucky to be intact mentally. Low cloud forming as a play cause it's meant to be. Various things ain't cement to me. You need the concrete roof? How about this concrete roof over my head that costs enough? Cheddar a month to have some country fed. Fed for a month in the red. Happy homestead blues. Hard to choose what boulevard to cruise. My amusement bewilders me. I'm still to be heard. The verdict can't be nil for me. Suppose the team players keep me in the dark like a big game, but I'm going big game hunting. It ain't gonna be. He came back with nothing. He got the fame catalog from analog hunting to digital. No one loves me as much as me. And no one loves me as much as me. No one loves me as much as me. No one loves me as much as me. Yo, sometimes I feel like the most unlucky fool on the face of the earth. But then other times it's like a whole different read, huh? I amaze myself, I pay myself utmost respect for not sweating or getting overly upset. Like I quit what? I quit, I don't eat, so I rap and I eat like blab. How the saying goes in CP quarters. Headline reads, the durable needs your ears. I'm sure to go vertical to the top, no descent, no regret, no rewind except for rhymes and memorable times. Don't let them get you in a pinch like such. Just convince yourself of your greatness. Take this shit serious like issues of your family. Serious. What? And quit being such a reasonable facsimile. Can't you see? One time for your mind. No one loves me as much as me. No one loves me. No one loves me as much as me. Nobody loves me. No one loves me as much as me. And no one loves me as much as me. No one love me right on this ugly night. I'm bugging, right drama, do it dealings. Please no melodramatics from a damn drama fanatics. I'm tired of being looked at like a little something. Fool, I'm big news with articulate ways of busting crews. Action cue, here I go. Under hero, one De Niro, sort of getting some bits some days. Under zero and I'm getting no sympathy. Then it changes. Step next up for my wake up splash. Set the next show where I scrape up some cash. Let the next bro and next sis neck twist. Hit up Texas, forget this blue funk I'm in. Getting out of that. Filling up dats, dialing up cats. Fuck you rug rats. I'ma do what's required to be admired for my effort, but still at the end of the day, what? Hey, one time for your mind. Hey, one time for your mind. Hey. No one loves me as much as me. Yeah, no one loves me. No one loves me. No one loves you as much as me. As much as you. Keep that in mind. No one loves me as much as me. You got your back. No one loves me as much as me. No one loves me. Yeah. No one loves me as much as me. One time, one time, one time.
Okay, you got to know what your love is worth. Baby boy, you got to know what your love is worth. Baby girl, you got to know what your love is worth. Everybody got to know what they love is worth. Yeah, you gotta know what your love is worth. Baby boy, you got to know what your love is worth. Baby girl, you got to know what your love is worth. Everybody got to know what their love is worth. Yes, you gotta know what your love is worth. Baby boy, you got to know what your love is worth. Baby girl, you got to know what your love is worth. Everybody got to know what they love is worth. Bye. What's your love worth? Repeat that, right?
It is this force that opens up our consciousness. It's the flowering expression of consciousness, okay? So how I word this is, the positive aspect of the generative polarity, the first expression of natural law, is love. In regard to natural law, love should be seen as the expansive force for consciousness. It is the force which helps us to become open to truth and expand our awareness. That's the connotation that I'm giving for the concept called love.
Overstated or misunderstood. So, what does it really mean though? What's love? 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 Can you tell me what it is? Can you tell me what it is? What's love? 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 Love is everything, but not everything is love.
What is love? Well, what isn't it? A feeling, a thought, it's unlimited. The sun delivers it to your porch every morning when you wake up, washing all your face up, appreciating living life is eating all the hate up. So stay up, what you mean good? I'm feeling great, I must be. Love is a sacred trust, see love is ancient space dust in the fire, dirt, ocean, and airs. Knowing you care for yourself when nobody's there. I'm aware that I need you. Love is so transparent, often to see through. Know that a pure love, most just won't see you. Love is in the seeds too, swimming in the music, sound waves in the EQ. And share yours with those who ain't got, knowing they need to. Oh yeah, this is just a preview for the preview. Cause I ain't even started to express all the love, what it means in the heavens above. It's your dreams manifest and spring blessed with its buds. Cleanliness next to godliness, cars just fresh from the suds. Love's not everything, but love is everything in my blood. I say I'm living off vibrant energy in the flood. Love's encouragement sometimes, but no you need is a nudge. Love's no need to misjudge, had no need for a grudge. Love is truth, love is justice, love is abundance. Now go sound the trumpets. Love is just expressing your heart with no reluctance. Above all is oneness, and some gifts appear as a curse, but still wondrous. Love is bliss, summer's kiss written on the sun disc. Romance is a love myth, never been metal cut wood, but I'm a love smith. Life's what I'm in love with, it's medicinal. Fools thinking hatred is right, unconditional. Love in every page that I write, cause the creator gave me love in every ray of my light. I shine.
What's love? 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 Can you tell me what it is? Can you tell me what it does? What's love? 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 Love is everything, but not everything is love.
Now not true that though, yeah, I see what you mean, you know. Cause yeah, it's just, you think about it, it's in all things and everything. Nothing could breathe, exist, fly.
Yes, speaking. Yes, we need you to do a few words. I could do that. Please, on life, living, and the consciousness of understanding. There's a sin inside us, the gin when it rides us down into the depths. Steps pound as they go. I know the why, while the rest they just smile and sit and love their laziness. It's a wallow in the mire, letting lag time expire. In a web where you're setting traps in the gaps of life where it's misunderstood. Even yourself pleads for help as the only bringer of your own good. Now look, there's the road. Can you see? Off into the distance where the yellow line gets smaller, you need drive and persistence. Plus, penny cents, it's wise to rise on an uphill grade. Give one glance back to see the progress that you made. Then move forward and still behave in a mind's more ill. On a regimen of folly found few and far between all the lean guts of glory. So now, the story is known, the path has been shown. Cloud, planted and grown, give me that freedom that's my own. Life, for living, love is for the giving, receiving these in the midst. A new perspective is this twist on life, the living. Love is for the giving, receiving these in the midst. A new perspective is this twist on life, the living. Love is for the giving, receiving these in the midst. A new perspective is this twist on.
What is it? What is it? Oh, shit. Well, let me get my notepad here and just jot down a few. Okay, what was that? What was that you said right before? Yeah,
Everybody that breathes the air wakes up in the morning with a blank stare, wondering why we're here. Existence, well, your goal was that fine. The reasoning for life in this world. What pursuing? What am I doing? What am I anxious for? Life. You think you know yours? Got all the bases covered with no weaknesses? Well, now of course you do. Motivation to pursue whatever you wanted. Just a second and some months, then turn to years. Judging your goals, accomplishments, comparing them to your peers. Now why can't I get a job? You cry and wonder, then begin to plunder away and sink into the depths that I spoke of before. Low levels of technology, it got me stuck in the muck of creation, state and thought. So I got a pad and pencils, my visual mentals is diagrams, vocalized from my diaphragm at least. I practiced to patch this portfolio to the ones that didn't know where they were headed. Lacking consciousness, but dreaded their hair anyways. In later days, they might find themselves alone. Burnt the bridges that they crossed on a journey far from home. Now, who will help them? Who's doing for self? Whose friendships stay stronger than the potential for wealth? You tell me. Tell me. Life, the living. Love is for the giving, receiving these in the midst. A new perspective is this twist on life, the living. Love is for the giving, receiving freedom fighters. The new perspective is this twist on life, the living. Love is for the giving, receiving these in the midst. A new perspective is this twist on. Beware the Ides of March. There will be upon us. And the tempest blow. When you see the water levels very high, then you'll know the rain doesn't seem like it will ever stop. These are the times that you must become the most focused all the time. The time is now. Add the level of discipline in your life. Success.
Dear love, ask me why I write this. Love is the subject. It selected me. I'm powerless to decline, can only react. After all, I'm a romantic. See hearts forming the stars, stars in my eyes for you, love. Can you feel me? Can you love me? I want you to. I'm breathing for your love. Love gave me life, life gave me passion, passion gave me strength. Ain't love grand? Ain't love pleasure, but love ain't sex. But yet again I'm powerless to resist. I'm a fool for love like every fool before me. Love, love when love ignores me. But love, I'd give you anything if you love me. I'm real. You know, maybe it's you who is real. Love is something you can't feel or express. So my endless pleading with you is hopeless. So I won't ask, I want your love voluntarily, not sparingly. All of you sharingly, support me caringly. Ask me what I'm writing, love, I won't lie, I'm inviting you to love me. Around the rhyme. Love me for the truth, love, I wouldn't lie to you. Love me, love, don't leave me alone. Need love in my life. surround the rhyme. Love me for the truth, love, I wouldn't lie to you. Love me, love, don't leave me alone. Need love in my life, don't wanna live without love. Bless me, bless me. To me, music, sing of love. Don't you love music? I love you too. Love's gonna keep us together forever. Amen. Word. It's love.
is the Luv-A-Lution movement? You want to start that?
Yeah, so the Luv-A-Lution is that personal journey within oneself to higher conscious levels and higher awareness, leading to that self-love, that true unconditional self-love. And it's that journey we all take to do the inner work, to want to know what's going on. And that's that Luv-A-Lution. It has to take place within each of us in order to have it, you know, as a collective. And we could change this place overnight if we truly loved ourselves. Have you heard of the Luv-A-Lution? I'd always ask people that. Have you heard?
I said no, I haven't. It's a cool word.
And yeah, just kind of, well, you know, it's that teaching self-love, that we're all taught to love things outside of ourselves, but it's loving thyself within, deep within us. We're chasing that external when it's hidden within us, you know.
Yes. And I'll add to that, we have to make the conscious choice to want to know the truth and want to know what's going on, inner and outer. So it's up to the individual to make that choice to want to evolve and want to get better. Yeah, that's the individual beginning.
The stars light up my life. Stars light up the sky. The stars light up my life. Stars light up the sky. So bright. Everlasting. So bright. Everlasting. Like the
All right, my love.
Have all of Luv-A-Lution's information down in the show notes, and yeah. So here's to love, truth, and beautiful, waking gods and goddesses. I love you all. What can I say? I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I love it. I love it. I love you all.
Yeah, I love that shit. And that's part of that heart-based humanity series that Maria West has put out on her channel, Love, Truth, and Beauty. By the way, I guess to plug her in, real talk. Where's she at? She's over here now. So, do you feel into your passions? And have you been able to compromise your bullshit in order to have proper compassion for life in general, proper agape, philos, and proper eros, as far as like the three proper, like the three main Greek languages and definitions of love, if you will. And there's more to that than just three, but the main three that's talked about is philos, eros, and agape. And philos is kind of like that brotherly love, and it also goes into like philosophy. I think I mentioned that in the beginning. Eros is that, like the tarot card, the lover's card, proper, love between two people, If y'all want to make it polyamorous, go for it. I don't give a fuck. But, as far as I've heard from many people from many places trying to do that shit, it doesn't bode well with just how all that drama shit goes down, and like there's not the proper fucking love within that. It's a lot of trivialities and some jealousy mixed in there, and blah blah blah. So I mean, it all goes back to property rights, and I've had this in my mind even when I was married. Um, of it's one thing to say, oh, that's my wife, that's my girlfriend, that's my partner, and all this stuff. It's like me type of thing. It's like there can be that component of psychological attachment to like some kind of ownership, or like unrealistically binded to that other person, I guess. And the main thing is to the prior of just like not being possessive of the other person, you know what I mean? And yeah, I had a cool talk with the Sheena Alexandra actually the other day. We had a couple of videos earlier this summer and spring in regards to just like the malignant aspects of that possessive love and feeling binded via the ring of Saturn around your finger, whatever, right? And all these things, and the legalese behind it all, of coupled in with that. But I was thinking more to just the psychological aspect of how, and it's through our rhetoric of how we treat these people, and like, oh, it's almost like it. And it goes the same with like, oh, I got my kids and this and that. It's almost an accessory. And you see sometimes the way people dress them and whatever the hell, and address them and all these things. So, yeah, in the past, I've had to check myself and make sure my shit's in order in regards to how I spoke about and spoke to the woman I loved, and how I treated her, and all these things. Really try to make sure those were in alignment to just proper loving, conscious behavior. You know what I mean? And it wasn't always the case, because I had a lot of work to be done on myself, and that's that fucking shadow work that shows up in these relationships, right? And so that's that alchemy, and trying to make sure that your heart is as light as a feather of Mayat, in case you forgot, and what the bumba clots, right? No, just if y'all follow my work in recent times, like it's like this guy Derek brings up this shit all the time. Like, look, he's got a feather right here now. Like, what the hell is going on? Y'all got to check out Brandon Spencer, who's been holding it down with the One Great World Warriors. He's the main video producer behind the videos that we have there, and I'm gonna get him on soon enough with in regards to the next funnel conference, and he's gonna be a presenter as well as other folks within the One Great Work Network. Jim Adams, it's gonna be cool. Him and Brandon are working some shit out with it's funny, but anyways, we got our own little private chat to keep ourselves kind of in check, and also in proper operation with tech and that kind of stuff. And Brandon's our main dude with that, so props to that brother. And so yeah, definitely got to get him on again. I had him on for like nearly 8 hours. It was like the beginning of summer last year. This year. I wanted to showcase his 7-hour presentation of that Lex Rex natural law. And that's what our Europa Natural Law group is about, and that's what the Freedom Under Natural Law Funnel Conference is about. And it's really this time around right about now. Fuck, so did I really come full circle with that? I think I said that in the beginning. Don't know why it's on my mind, but yeah, I'm gonna, all those promos aside, I'm gonna bring that up later. But yeah, it's really time to snap back and get into just more proper action. Enough of the fucking lip service with a lot of this shit. You know what I mean? On ground level, on a daily basis, how you treat yourself, how you treat others, how you treat your fucking spouse, your dog, your cat, even, you know, like insects around you. I don't know. Like, take it to whatever degree you want to, man. I'm not gonna hold folks to such an extreme standard, but anyways. Yeah, keeping your hearts as light as a feather. Just to end on that, you know, in regards to the love you have for yourself and others and this planet makes a fucking difference. You need to fucking understand that. It's not this soft ass motherfucking bullshit subject of lovey-dovey, whatever the fucky. No, it's actually owning yourself, knowing yourself, and loving yourself. As above, so below, as within, so without. So if you ain't got the fucking love to have for yourself, you ain't got it for fucking anyone. You know? Think about it. But yeah, word up to Luv-A-Lution. I know that's coming in on I don't have my video mirrored, but yeah. This is their supplement on their website, which I got. Sorry for that noise. That's one of the things I had on my Christmas list that I have to buy for myself, you know, because, yeah. Oh, yeah, I do got Brandon Spencer's thing right there. Cheers, brother. Check out, he's live streaming 24/7 on Rumble and Twitch right now, by the way. I know I'm throwing a lot of stuff out at people, and there's a lot to, like, oh, all these things and so much to follow. Excuse me. Pause the video, take notes, and or rewind, or watch certain segments again, or whatever, or just ask in the chat, because I'm live and direct, and you know, I like to be responsive to these things. But yeah. That's what that is right there. Get it while the getting is good. You know? Anyways. Get it while the getting's good. You know how many times I've thrown that at French people out here as a tongue twister, like, oh, you speak English. You know what this means? It's a good one. And I like the verbal jousting because I want to hear what they have to say for me to speak in French. Mais oui, les gars, vous n'avez pas trop une bonne idée de ce que je vis dans cet espace ou ce pays, mon ami. C'est complètement différent de ce que j'ai vécu en Californie. And yes, I can rhyme double time even in franglais all day. Like, it doesn't make any a difference, and I'm not making any money off of it. And it's just cool like that. And it's just the love for life and language and living, you know. You got to be to live, right? I think that mix is still up on my live stream, so you can check that out. I did that 2 nights ago, I think. What do you really believe in? You know, not the fucking bullshit belief systems that have you extricating that love for self and gnosis of self and belief in self towards some kind of fucking savior. You know, things to consider. And yeah, on a daily basis, we can always consider the fact that love is free. Yeah, there's like a frequency and energy to it. And yeah, there is the law of Gebel and cosmic law of just like equal energy exchange. Yet, I mean, especially if you are in that place of power, in that proper I am type of thing, and you're just kind of oozing out those love vibes in a good, proper, conscious way, in an empowering way for others as well. It's not this fucking tutti fruity, snooty, arrogant type of shit. No, it's your embodied expression of coming into the pep in this your spiritual step of your walk of an art of life type of thing, and you ripple that out wherever you go type of thing, sprinkling your magic here and there, right? And to the contrary, one that has mastered and is just like wary of the fact that, because we can all be targets to this shit any fucking given moment. Protecting your energy and your overall auric constitution. There are multi-dimensional motherfuckers out there trying to loose your shit, yo. So be careful, and carry a bucket full of proper heart-based intelligent care. That is the generative principle, care, right? So another cool way to say heart-based intelligence could be soul-based intelligence. That's the first eye and the first organ that really manifests within the fetus, within the womb of the womb man, the gatekeepers here in this realm. So having these things in mind, doesn't it give you some kind of reverence and respect for these things, But yeah, it's free and it's always there. That's a proper quote from Luv-A-Lution. You can check out their website, LuvAlution.com. That's what the QR code will direct you to. And yeah, as I mentioned I gave him some props in the last video. I'm not going to repeat myself, actually. But yeah, props to the profound poet. He's out in Arizona. I have not been able to meet this cat, but he's been a really close friend to one of my close childhood friends who passed away last year. And this mix was kind of dedicated to him to a degree, especially showcasing his AZ friend, AZ being Arizona, with his really cool music. Yeah, it was 2023 was like the Three of Hearts. Three of Swords. Sorry. I said Three of Hearts because there's a heart in the tarot card. And that's like it doesn't necessarily mean you've been stabbed in the heart 3 times, but you got to take it allegorically, metaphorically, and just situationally to your own proper experience and how that applies to yourself. And for me, yeah, I lost my mother. I lost one of my best childhood friends, and I lost love of my life. Well, I didn't lose her. It was like a breakup type of thing. Life goes on, and we keep on holding strong. And through a lot of fucking alchemy, what have I done? in 2024 when I left 2003 behind and wept and mourned and did all these things to pay homage, tribute, and respects, right? Yeah, spending wisely. Yes. Word to the wise. And yeah, Sarah's been killing it too on revolution.radio with the Luv-A-Lution there as well. Yeah, that's just aspects of alchemy that we have to deal with. I mean, we love to throw out these, you know, in lip service, so like, oh, everything's frequency and energy, Nikola Tesla, 369, and everything will be fine. Well, yeah. Well, how are you living that really? And how have you actually studied these things and this and that? And this is the problem with like just the social media memery of so much shit, you know? But with that aside, I just wanted to say that 2024, I've laid out over 200 videos I've produced and or at least been a part of. I've had the lion's share of production. To go down the list real quick, you know, I'm gonna make a end of the year video about this stuff and show some highlights in case you missed some things, because you know I don't expect everyone to follow every single little bit of my work. And for folks like Sarah Cross that are following my shit right now, who's been putting out a fuck ton of content herself, it's just like really um humbling, feelings of gratitude, I guess. But yeah, on my AwakenYaMind channel, I have 75 uploads this year alone. That eclipses even like a couple years of my works in the past. I've also put out 39 short reels, like from scratch. It's not like some like little cuts from like prior videos. I actually built something up from the ground up. Like most of it's music. It's pretty cool. I tried to make it like positive feedback loop where normally if you got proper internet and the YouTube shit doesn't glitch, you know, it doesn't even skip a beat after a minute. I know YouTube opened the floodgates on their shorts being 3 minutes now, but I was working on 1 minute, just filling in a really cool verse or half a verse with a little bit of the hook or something like that, and just have it go around and like with some visuals. And that was a really cool thing. That was something that I did also for myself to just learn more skills on different video editing software programs. And voila, it's fucking cool. And you just go off of that energy. It's self-perpetuating. You know what I mean? Go with the flow, amigo. And yeah, on top of that, I've done over 60 live streams this year. Actually, upwards to 70, because when I was looking over it, the numbers have deleted some on YouTube just because, yeah, all the copyrighted things that yeah, I do live streams of these music mixes because sometimes they don't get to see even 24 hours of it being uploaded or whatever the fuck. Yo, Tommy, what's up? I'm gonna read your comment. Anyone else ever thought of that a breakdown might actually be intense, sudden, unexpected, and naturally occurring shadow work? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Speaking from experience on a dozen of occasions at least, man. Yeah. Real talk. And I'm gonna mention this in my presentation that Sarah Cross is also included in for the Freedom Under Natural Law conference that is hosted by my good friends Chris Jansen, Leslie Powers, and Will Keller. And I want to piggyback this live stream with Will Keller's presentation titled "The Science of Love." Thought that was appropriate. I'm sure you won't mind, especially since Sarah Logan Hart and myself jumped on towards the end where he opened up the live stream for people to call in and all that stuff. So I is that a I don't know if that's a play on words with the if it crossed your mind with the Sarah Cross or other stuff, but no, you're probably talking about your other comment. I just have so many play on words, in my own mind, so don't worry about that, anyone. But yeah, so yeah, much respects to the artists out there that for decades on end have put out music like this in the face of the critics of, like, especially in the hip hop realm, where it wasn't that cool to be making yourself like vulnerable, like exposing your heart and, like, I wouldn't say your feels, because that's kind of like a loaded term these days, but it's more about just like putting yourself out there in a publicly expressing what you think and feel into the concept of love and what you've experienced and all these things. So what they've created and produced is really heartwarming, right? Yeah, and I got a soft spot in my heart for jazz music, actually, especially brass, like trumpet. I played it when I was in elementary school and didn't continue because I played too many sports, blah blah blah. But my father played saxophone, and there's always something on my mind, like, damn, I wish I'd followed in his footsteps and learned that, because it's such a cool instrument and it's such an intricate melodic way of, like, with the finger movement and the breath control and all this stuff, and like how people are breathing life into that music and melody. And that's why I loved ending this mix on just kind of like blowing it out like that, not even putting a bunch of voice samples like I usually do. And word up to Mari West, Seth Exposa, John Paul, and Amy for their voices that I sampled in this mix. Was there anyone else? Did I get some Manly P Hall up in there? I think so. But yeah. Yeah, right. And I mean, it's good to feel into these things so we can process them and be aware of them, because yeah, like the whole spectrum of emotions is there for a reason. We have to deal with them, feel into them, control them, especially, and make sure that they're aligned to who we truly are, objective truth, morality, and cosmic law, right? Word. Yeah. Who said? Someone said a comment, or something in the beginning of a song there. Some, like, yeah, it's always good to. Yeah, I think it was a Peaceful Penguin. What's up, brother? Yeah, so we can always still be like at a beginning stage of learning. Ah, shit, I'm getting confused with something on Facebook. Sorry, never mind. Never mind. because someone says something about like it's a good thing to always be having in our mindset that we could be at the beginning stage of learning about something, yet on the path to self-mastery. I understand like going through the hero's journey and going back to the full card and like starting over again in regards to the tarot, right? But at the same time, like when you've gone through years of this shit, you're not at just a fucking beginner stage, or sometimes not even intermediate, but something more advanced, right? So yeah, anyways, here we go. All right, I'm gonna play this. You can check it out, Will Keller, on YouTube already, and I think he has his website, willkeller.com. But you can find more about him on the Freedom Under Natural Law website as well, as well as the conference that he's preparing and organizing as we speak, yo. As am I, aren't you? No, just kidding. Shit. Isn't this fun, guys? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, but that's a really... Tommy, the didgeridoo has some very magical and ancient sounds and vibrations, like primordial sounds with that, yeah. That is dope. You got to bust that out on the next Europa Natural Law chat, eh? Hey. Yeah, like there's some really cool channels like a Calm Whale that they have like shamanic drums and didgeridoos and that kind of stuff. In my Breath of Life video, I threw in a couple snippets of one of their videos just because their shit is dope. And I appreciate their consistent work. Anyways, I'm rambling on. I'm going to let Will Keller finish this out. It's going to be at least an hour or so, maybe even 2. Gotta keep it rolling, yo. So yeah, we're marathoning the way out of 2024, and 2025 is the time to thrive, keep it live, and yeah.
Hey, everybody. Getting started a little bit late. I'm actually using a new streaming platform, so I had a little bit of issues. I'm just making sure they're connecting to all the social media platforms. Okay, I think we're good. Give it a few seconds here. Beastmaster, what's up? Appreciate you, man. Right on. Merry Christmas. Welcome. Happy solstice, everyone. Let me know if my audio is coming clear in the chat. If someone can do that, that would be great. I had to switch over to a new streaming software. Hi, Sarah. Thanks for joining. I was using StreamYard for a very long time, and I really liked the platform, and they decided to get greedy and double their prices. They had some new owners come in, and they kind of cleaned up shop. So I had to look for new sources. I found a really good one, but I'm still kind of fresh at it. Sounding good? Excellent. All right. So thank you all for joining. It's been a little bit since I did a live presentation. This is my favorite content to do. Presentations in itself, you have the visual aspects, you have the logical progression. I can really dive deep into a topic and then interact with the chat and interact live. So I'm happy to be here. Solstice blessings to everyone. Hope everyone's having, a smooth build up to the holidays. This year went by super fast. But here we are. 2025 is going to be impactful, empowering, hopefully. And I'm looking forward to it. I got a lot on my list. So it's going to be exciting. So without further ado, let's dive into this presentation. Now, I originally gave this presentation, let's see, a couple months ago. It was at the STE Academy Conference. This is based out of Australia. There's, people from all around the world, but primarily that space of the planet, and fantastic people. The hosts are amazing. So big shout out to Dale Holmes and Madeline Doherty. I appreciate both of you for doing these conferences focused on esoteric knowledge, natural law, freedom, self-knowledge and wisdom. I mean, this is where it's at. They're doing the one great work, and I highly respect and appreciate that. So this presentation was greatly received, and it was awesome. I added a little bit more. I extended it a little bit in this current presentation. So I hope everyone gets value. And of course, as in all my presentations, I aim to simplify the profound, take a deep concept, let's break it down to its simplistic form so we can comprehend it, understand it, see the utility in this information, in this knowledge, and of course, apply it to our own behavior and action to create change in the world, positive change for sure. So without further ado, let's get into the science of love. Eros, Philos, Agape, and polarity. Focusing on those categories. Of course, there's many more, but in this presentation, we're going to focus on these. And, what's love got to do with it? Let's get into it. All right. So, of course, introductions. So many of us find ourselves confused about what love really means. Is it merely a chemical reaction in the brain, a set of biological impulses, or is it something deeper, an esoteric energy that connects us to each other and the universe at large? This confusion arises because love is multifaceted. It encompasses a range of experiences and, in fact, shapes the very societal condition for humanity. Bold, underline, and italic, that last line. A range of experiences and, in fact, shapes the very societal condition for humanity. So we use this word all the time, every day. I love you, I love my food, I love my pets, I love this, I love that, etc. But what does that mean? What does that truly mean? What is this concept of love? And we're going to explore this, dive into it. And of course, I have a message that I always implement in these presentations. And there is a reason why the control structure, the social engineers, want the majority of people ignorant and confused or misdirected on what love truly is. So another caveat, awareness reveals choice. And higher awareness is necessary to see the forest from the tree. We must increase our pattern recognition by the way of critical thinking, which is the trivium truth discovery process. So we can make an accurate diagnosis of the problem. As we raise our consciousness, opportunity will arise for more states of harmony and symbiosis. So the image on the left, I have, this is the trivium process, right? Knowledge, understanding, I have understanding, and then wisdom, grammar, logic, and rhetoric. We take in information, we process that, and then we apply it to our behavior. So this is a process of not only critical thinking, right? But it's also the process of how we create our shared reality, how we individually influence our collective reality, the shared reality, and how on a societal level we generate the condition, right? So the key here is knowledge, is information. So this is the purpose of all of my presentations, is to express certain types of information for you to take in, the audience, the viewer, to take in, to process, apply it to themselves and to their behavior, right? So, thanks for joining, Frank. I'm using EVMux streaming platform. I've used Restream in the past and used that for over a year, had some issues, and then kind of played with EVMux, and it's got a lot of capabilities. So it's nice. I can see the chat way more easier than on previous streaming platforms. So thanks for joining. It's going smooth so far. All right, so let's start with our definitions. My title is The Science of Love. What is science? Well, from Latin, it is sciere, to know, and it is the state or fact of knowing. What is known? Knowledge acquired by study, learning, and application. And so love, and again, I'm going to give this definition, but we're going to expand on it in this presentation, of course, right? So it's from the Proto-Indo-European. That's questionable, but you know, it's not really a consensus, but from my research, not sure how to pronounce it. Libu, I don't know, it almost sounds French when I do it. And what it means is, the etymology of love means to care and also desire. So we'll define love in this presentation, and at the end, hopefully you will have clarity of meaning, which is definition, a higher definition of love and what that means. So in many esoteric traditions, in many cultures and ancient cultures, when they talked about love, when they expressed love and conveyed love, they had many forms and types and conditions of love. When I went and kind of did my research, it was remarkable. All the categories of what they called love, and all the different definitions and expressions of that. I found that profoundly insightful, because in the modern age, we just say love, we use it, you know, interchangeably with all of these things. It has no depth, it has no meaning to it, right? Even in a romantic relationship, oh, I love my partner, I love my significant other. If I ask somebody, show me love, show me a mother's love, right? People would have a hard time explaining this, right? So I'm focusing on the the Greek tradition, and I'm going to go through the Hermetic and also Egyptian, ancient Egyptian, the Cometian sprinkled in there, but I'm using the Greek, and we're going to go through these. And of course, the Greek had up to 12, but there was really 3 overarching main types of love, and we're going to dive into those. So the first one is eros. So eros is the Greek term for passionate, romantic love, often associated with sensual desire and longing. It's the force that drives individuals towards physical union and procreation. So it's what we know as romantic love, but it's more than that. In esoteric traditions, eros transcends mere physical attraction. It represents the soul's yearning to reunite with the divine source, a desire for wholeness and completeness. This concept mirrors the idea of the anima and the animus in the Jungian psychology, where the inner masculine and feminine seek integration. They seek union. The anima and the animus, these are macro and micro attributes of forces. In psychology of the individual, we have the anima and the animus. These are just different words for masculine and feminine characteristics of energy, right? So the anima and the animus, when it comes to children and adults, but I'm primarily talking about children, it's related to mother and father. So this has a huge impact on our childhood and in our adult life and how we view eros, romantic love. So eros, the spiritual significance, eros symbolizes the creative life force energy. When awakened, can lead to higher states of consciousness. It's the catalyst for transformation, pushing individuals to move beyond themselves and connect deeply with others and the universe. Eros is that foundational, vital force, creative force that is pushing through all life, all living beings. This is an part of the animated principle of to exist, to be alive. And anything that's alive wants to stay alive and wants to express its living animation. This is why every living being has a defense mechanism as well, you know, down to bacteria and amoebas, all the way up to human beings, animals, and plant life, of course. So I would even say beyond to the celestial kingdoms as well. But this force of eros is going to come back into play, actually all of the types of love later on. So let's move on to the next category. From eros to philos or philia. Philos is the masculine and philia is the feminine. So philos refers to affectionate regard and friendship, usually between equals. It's the love that arises from mutual respect, shared experiences, and common values. Familia love, right? This is the philos. Philos embodies the principle of brotherhood and community. In spiritual circles, it represents the interconnectedness of all beings and the importance of relationships in personal growth. This form of love encourages compassion, empathy, and understanding. It fosters a sense of unity and collective consciousness, reminding individuals that they are part of a larger whole. So the philos is the greater unity of affection and love, knowing that we are one family on this planet, that we are interconnected. The universal life force runs through all life, through everything, and we are connected to this. What we do and how we influence on a day-to-day basis, our actions, our thoughts, our emotions, it all influences our surrounding environment, thus the totality of the collective family. Philos is what you have for your brothers and your sisters, what we call friends in the modern day, right? There's a dark side to each types of, or not a dark side, I would say a misconstrued or an inversion and a perversion to these types of love. When you think of philos in the modern age, what characteristics or principles derive as the foundation of the connection? So I'm talking about the condition and quality of that philos, that philia, or eros, or let's go to the next one, agape. Some people pronounce it agape. I pronounce it agape. I think that's how it would actually be pronunciated in the Greek language. So agape is the highest form of love. It's the love that is given without expectation of return, often associated with divine love or the love for humanity as a whole. What is called true love. Agape is seen as the purest form of love, the ultimate expression of the divine within us. It's the embodiment of spiritual enlightenment and the realization of oneness with all that exists. Agape means love that comes from a higher state of consciousness. Agape is love for all beings. The desire for all beings to be free from suffering, be free to express themselves. Agape is universal love. It is expressed as the love of truth, morality, and freedom themselves, right? To embody that agape love, that highest form of love, you are not only embodying eros, philos, right? You are embodying the principles of truth and morality and freedom as well. This is what I consider true love. It's all encompassing, it's all encapsulating, right? So let's see, we're gonna dive deeper. What's up, Daryl? Thanks for joining. Chris, Logan, Dead and Drumming, appreciate you all. Now, the next category that I'm going to dive into is, it relates to all this and it's vital to understand. And this is also a natural law principle, the principle of polarity. Polarity is a vast category and topic, right? And it can go many directions. But when it comes to love itself, it is crucial to understand. And it also has a subcategory that is interconnected with this that must be understood as well. So what is polarity? Well, the Kybalion, which is a great beginner, a great primer to understand the Hermetic principles, the natural law principles, it obviously, it doesn't stop there. You can expand. There are other great works, and of course, observation and the animist mindset of observing nature and observing the laws of nature in effect within the external environment and internal ecology as well is the greatest teacher, right? But the Kybalion is fantastic. I highly recommend people dive into this. It states on polarity that everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All paradoxes may be reconciled. Right? It has another line in there as well saying all truths are but half truths. There's occult language that is encoded in there. What that is talking about is subjective truth, relative truth, perception, right? It clarifies that statement by saying that all paradoxes may be reconciled. All right? So, in polarity is essential for balance and harmony in the universe. The interaction of these polarities generates life and facilitates evolution on both physical and spiritual levels. Understanding and integrating polarities within oneself leads to wholeness or healing as well, right? Healing means wholeness, to become whole. This concept is central to practices like Taoism with the yin and the yang, and Hermeticism with the principle of polarity, emphasizing that opposites are interconnected and interdependent. They are dual, and yet there's also a non-dual capacity there as well. So a category that's also considered a natural law principle, but it goes hand in hand with polarity, because we are talking about poles, right? So you have light and dark, hot and cold. At what point can you say it is hot, that it moves into the polarity of hot? It's a spectrum, it's a gradient, like many things. A lot of people get stuck in the black and white thinking, right? There is a gradient, but there is also absolutes as well. There is dualism and non-dualism, macro and micro. We can use these terms and these phrases to gather a deeper and a better understanding, right? But don't get hung up on the actual words themselves. It's the understanding of the concept and how that can be utilized. So the next category is gender, right? So gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. In the physical plane, it generates as male and female. We see this through many kingdoms as well, right? There is also the spiritual planes or the mental plane, where the masculine and feminine characteristics and attributes of energy, of mind, apply as well. Mental gender is the state of coexistence between masculine and feminine aspects of the human mind. Our left brain hemisphere largely facilitates the masculine aspect of the mind, or intellect, logic, analytical, and linear thought processes, while the right brain hemisphere largely facilitates the feminine aspects, or intuition, creative, compassionate, holistic thought processes. Largely facilitates, not all, right? Again, there's a gradient, there's a mixture. We do have both. The question is that we are going to dive into in a little bit, what does balance mean, right? We're going to explain this. So let's look at a little bit more in depth of the masculine and feminines, right? So we have the masculine energy and the feminine energy. Masculine energy of doing. It is logic, reason, it is action, it is active, problem solving, rationality, strength, control. It's goal orientation, competition, it's directness, it's linear thinking, right? This is all attributes of masculine energy. Then on the opposite polarity, we have feminine energy, which feminine energy is beingness. It is intuition, receptivity, vulnerability, sensitivity, grace, letting go, creativity, cooperation. It's subtle, circular thinking, right? These are the two aspects and attributes of the masculine and feminine energy. When we incarnate in reality, I obviously incarnated as a male being. I am the masculine embodiment of the masculine principle. That does not negate that there is the feminine attribute to me as well, right? The mental energy that is within my very being as well. So this goes on both male and female. I'm not saying you could switch. No, I'm saying that there must be a balance in mind, in heart, and in action as well, within your very being, whether you're male or masculine. What does that mean? So, this slide, I did not make this slide. I found it on the interwebs, the etherwebs. It's fantastic. I think it does a great job at expressing what I'm trying to convey. So I decided to use it. Shout out to whoever made it. So what does healthy feminine and masculine energy embodied in an individual, what does it look like? Well, we're going to use the Tao, which is a great symbol for masculine and feminine and male and female, right? So we have the yin, which is feminine energy, moving on the bottom. If you look at the Tao as a circular motion, the symbol is in rotation. It is moving, and it is in balance right now, right? So you can see this symbol as just balance in general, harmony. So healthy feminine energy is open, it's patient, caring, and wise, flexible, and compassionate. Healthy feminine energy contains within it a little bit of masculine energy. A dot of masculine energy balances the feminine energy. It gives it a little bit of more of structure and focus. Now, it's obviously not a 50-50 split. It is more like, I don't know, 90-10, 80-20. I'll go with the 80-20, right? Use the 8 and the 2. So when you're balanced in the 8 and the 2, the 80-20, that is balanced. It's not 50-50. Important to know. Masculine energy, healthy masculine energy, is focused, disciplined, active, has a purpose, has a vision. It contains within it a bit of feminine energy. A dot of feminine energy softens it and deepens it a bit and makes it a little more wiser, compassionate, creative. So why am I showing this is because I would say the majority of individuals are not in a healthy balance within their own self, in their polarity, right? What does unhealthy feminine and masculine energy look like? So feminine energy that is completely absent of masculine energy becomes stagnant, formless. It needs, obviously, the little dot to keep it moving, to keep it active. Without that dot, it can become lazy, unfocused, depressed, over-nurturing, mothering, right, and unmotivated. With the masculine, unhealthy masculine energy that is completely absent of the feminine energy can become destructive. It needs the little dot to give it heart and give it depth. So without that little dose of feminine energy, you have aggressive, narrow-minded, cold, and frustrated. When you observe society, there's obviously a misdirection and an inversion going on. Not only is someone lacking that dot, that polarity of the masculine and feminine within themselves, there is an inversion, meaning the feminine is becoming, the dot is becoming the whole being itself. The feminine is becoming the masculine is becoming the feminine. Meaning women are becoming masculinized and men are becoming feminized, right? This is a huge imbalance. This would be an extreme, a radical imbalance. So why does this matter, and why does this have to do with love? Because relationships, everything in reality, in nature, in your life has to do with relationships, right? A relationship is your relation to. The question is what, right? In relation to what? Everything is, we are all interconnected. We have a relationship. I have a relationship with my computer. I have a relationship with this streaming platform that I've just tried and I'm getting to know. I have a relationship with my neighbors, with my community, with my daughter, etc., etc. The eros, the philos, the agape, the polarity itself, nature. So keep that in mind. Oops. Relationships in the natural world, everything is intricately interconnected and dependent on relationships. From the smallest microorganisms to the grandest ecosystems, life thrives through symbiotic connections and interdependence. Plants rely on sunlight, water, and soil nutrients for growth, while animals depend on plants for food and shelter. Even non-living elements, such as weather patterns and geological formations, influence and are influenced by living organisms. Recognizing the fundamental role of relationships in nature highlights the interconnected web of life, emphasizing the importance of cooperation, adaptation, and mutual respect for the flourishing of all beings. This is why understanding what love is, the type of loves, and understanding polarity and understanding your relationship to those is vital. Not only so you have an accurate perception of where you are at, but obviously where you want to be, where you are going, and what you need to do or be, right? So let's get into a lot of comments going in there. I appreciate all the engagements. At the end, I will absolutely take some questions, and we'll get some, anybody that wants to join can hop on as well. I like to do that at the end of my presentations. So to understand the self more and understand relationships before we kind of, state an actual problem, let's talk about consciousness itself. So the expressions of consciousness, we have body and spirit, right? You can also masculine and feminine, thoughts, emotions, and action. Thoughts, masculine, active, emotions are receptive, the feminine, they come together, they create action. A male child, the active principle as well, right? So that's obviously the alchemical marriage, the sacred union. We have this. The expressions of consciousness are important because, well, first, the recognizable workings of natural law, which is the laws of creation, the governing dynamics of reality, in human life take place through 5 basic expressions. Each of these 5 expressions have a positive and negative aspect, giving us a total of 10 overall natural law expressions. So the natural law expressions, we're going to go through this chart, and we understand that we have the generative polarity. This is the starting point. This is the state that you are in, the 0 point. This is what we use to create. It is the energy, it is the love that we have within ourselves, the generating force, right? So from there, we have the initial expression, how it starts in mind. Then we have the internal expression, the emotions, what happens inside of us. And then we have the external expression, which is our behavior, our actions, what happens in society. And then from there, we have the generated result, what we call manifestation. So that's the result that we create. So in a positive, in the love polarity, in that agape, the love for truth, morality, and freedom, we are in that consciousness where it is unified, thoughts, emotions, and actions, right? From there, that is the starting point. Then we can generate what? We can generate the initial expression of knowledge. You are open-minded. You have that teachability where you are willing to learn. You are open to new information. You are open to take in knowledge. From there, and that acceptance of truth, from there you move into the internal expression, that emotion that we feel inside of having that knowledge, and that is sovereignty, because you are knowing yourself. You are understanding truth. From there, your behaviors will be in alignment with truth once you act on them, which creates freedom. The generated result, of course, is order, in harmony with natural law, in harmony with the rhythm of life, right? You're in a healthy relationship. The negative aspect, of course, is fear, is being unconscious. From that generative polarity of fear. If you are in fear, you are scared, you are in the refusal of information, which is ignorance, that initial expression. Of course, you're not going to have the means and the modes and that knowledge, that information to understand A, what's going on within yourself, B, what's going on in your environment, in the world. You're going to have a state of confusion, which of course your behavior is not going to be in alignment with natural law, with truth, with morality. You are going to seek control, external control, because you are not in control of yourself. You do not have that state of sovereignty, self-governance. And when you are seeking external control, that only leads to one thing: chaos, duress, coercion, and manifested evil, which evil is to live backwards, to live in opposition of natural law, of truth, of morality. So this is a chart that needs to be applied to an individual, because if the social engineers want to obviously influence society for their agenda, they are obviously going to implement and convey incorrect information on what love is, what the self is, what consciousness is, what all of these important topics are, because of course it keeps people in ignorance. Therefore, that internal contradiction and internal confusion thus leads to external control. And when someone seeks external control, why do you think government is in power? So many people support government, or support these institutions, or support the secular religions. They're looking for that arbiter of truth to speak within them, to speak into them on what truth is, should be. Right? The divine doesn't need to operate that way. It just is. And it is there for us to discover and harmonize with. So, unity consciousness, when someone is in balance, a balanced polarity within themselves, not only in the, the mental gender polarity, also the aspects of consciousness, they all move together in harmony, right? There's no such thing as being awake and aware and in unity consciousness, but, physically imbalanced, or imbalanced on the masculine and feminine side. It's all one unit. It operates as one thing. So unity consciousness is in balance with polarity. And that is, as I think, so I feel, and so I act, right? The love polarity, the 0 point of where it starts. Your mind, your thoughts instruct. Your emotions direct. Your behavior constructs, influences reality. So thoughts, the mind, are the cause for action. Emotion is a frequency compass that amplifies the initiation of action. A frequency compass, compassion, that amplifies the initiation of action, right? It directs. And of course, action is act ion, to perform energy externally. Action is the manifested effect in the physical external realm. So unity consciousness is balance of thoughts, emotions, and actions. When we look at society, if we observe the current human condition, where is the majority of people? You can't really say people are waking up, right? Because to be waking, to be aware and aware of what is going on, you must have causal factors. And not only must you understand the causal factors of why we are in this condition, you must convey them, right? To know and not do is to really not know. Because if you know and you are aware of what is truly going on and why it is going on, but you are not acting on that, you are not in balance. You are in a state of imbalance, right? It is up to you to understand where that imbalance derives from, the masculine or the feminine imbalance, which is hindering your thoughts, emotions, and actions. This is the process of self-discovery, the continuing process of self-discovery. So looking at society, we can ask ourselves, what is the majority of people's motivation? Are they in fear, which is the contradiction of, not contradiction, it's the contraction of consciousness, the closing up, the absence of love. It leads to cowardice and inaction. And of course, the force of involution, which is the breaking down, and stagnation. Is society getting better? Is it moving towards true freedom? Are the control structures breaking down, and are individuals understanding their own sovereignty and empowerment and speaking out on that and coming together in true philos, agape, which is true love, the expansion of consciousness, the absence of fear? It leads to courage and right action. It is evolution and growth. Which one are we in? Fear, love? Obviously, the majority of society is still stuck in that fear-based. the majority. There are many people that recognize the signs and symbols of, that there are issues going on in the world, but they lack knowledge, right? Going back to that chart, they lack knowledge, which keeps them in a state of ignorance and internal confusion. So, everything is based on relationships. Ask yourself, what is your relationship to truth, yourself, morality, family, community, freedom, nature, solutions, right? You need to understand your 0 point on where you are at currently in your polarity, in your imbalances or your balances. And first of all, just because you are in balance doesn't mean that is like that. You can become imbalanced the next day. It is a process. It is an ongoing journey of remaining in a balanced state. And in this day and age, with physical attacks, emotional attacks, psychic attacks, chemical attacks, the warfare is strong. Like, we are in a war, so keep that in mind, right? There is no perfection in this reality. But still, the courage and the attempt to improve and better yourself remains on the table and is vital and is a must, right? So we need to ask ourselves these hard questions. Our relationship to these things, to principles, to solutions, where am I going to get involved, etc. My relationship to my kids, all of these important topics. And in the line of relationships, let me take a sip real quick. I want to show kind of how a balanced relationship with the eros and the philos and the agape, how that kind of plays out. In the title card, you see that I used a triangle for the science of love, right? The love triangle. That's going to come into play. And I'm going to explain why, number one, the geometry of a triangle is the most stable shape, right? It is a perfect geometrical shape as well. So there's a lot to be said there with that shape, that frequency, its meaning, its symbolism as well. And it has 3 points. This is why the Pythagoreans had so much veneration for the triangle, the isosceles triangle, etc., right? And this very much is related to relationships and love. So here we go. We have a female, a woman, and a male. And then I'm using the light as source, as creation. Oops, there we go. Nature, God. I'm not talking about the cultural religious gods that are in books or conveyed by human beings, right? I'm talking about the supreme creator, the supreme mind, right? Source, truth, principles, morality. We have the individual bond. This is the individual that does the work within themselves, right? That relationship with self, with source, truth, principles, and morality has to be first. Before these two come together. It's regardless of its eros, romantic relationship, philos, brotherly or community, or even agape, right? It must be done first. The individual, that relationship with creation, nature, principles, morality, and truth must be done first within someone. Then, of course, the eros and the philos come together to form the genuine relationship, right? There's the love triangle. Both have done that internal work and have developed the relationship with morality, with first principles, with nature, with truth, understanding what unity consciousness is. They do that on the individual level, then they come together. Now imagine this. Imagine, let's say the eros, the romantic relationships. If a man and a woman, right, this is what conscious conception is. When a man and a woman understand first principles of morality, they understand their own sovereignty, and they understand rights and what freedom truly is. They have that deep connection within themselves. They are in balance. Then they come together to conceive the child. They have that divine union. What do you think that child, what's the impact of that on that child when two individuals that have that healthy, balanced relationship come together, right? Of course, it's going to be profound on the child, on the fractal of that divine love triangle that was created. That is evolution. That's how we raise consciousness. What do we have now? We do not have that relationship with the majority of people, right? In fact, the creator, God, nature, has been replaced with government, religions, scientism, other cults like atheism, money, right? All these other religions that are holding people back, materialism, solipsism, where someone would put the self up there as well, right? So that relationship, it is inverted. It's perverted, right? The perversion is going on. It's not in balance. Then, of course, two people come together and have a kid, and they progress, they propagate the confusion, the internal contradictions, etc. Right? Our children are a fractalization of us, of our state. So that's important to know. A genuine relationship, right? When let me use this. When you go to like a freedom event where the majority of people there understand, do no harm, take no shit. They understand what rights truly are. They understand that there is a governing dynamic, a divine intelligence in reality that interacts with us called natural law. When you understand, when you meet people that understand that, there is a bond that is formed almost immediately. We call it like-minded individuals, but what's the quality and condition of the like mind? We know that that individual understands and is developing this relationship with truth, morality, and first principles, right? It makes the connection strong. Same if when a man meets a woman or a woman meets a man that is imbalanced within the masculine and feminine, right? And within first principles. It has a profound effect. So not only do the social engineers know this, this is a prime directive of theirs to implement and invert and infiltrate the minds of many individuals. And this is why they invest so much money. Every category of society ultimately plays into this. This is the inversion of control. And why does it work so well? Because of epigenetics. Let's start here, right? So epigenetics, Greek, epi means beyond or to further than, and the Latin verb generare meaning to make or to create. So epigenetics is an occulted branch of science that acknowledges consciousness as a factor to affect gene expression and cellular function, ultimately shaping the biological, emotional, and psychological development of human life and society. Gene expression can be activated or deactivated by thought, which can also be influenced from the environment. The social engineers know that by influencing humanity with false information and dialectics, they can indirectly manipulate the progression of human development. They can indirectly manipulate the progression of human development. And I would say directly as well, through chemical means. Just look what's been going on the last 4 or 5 years. Why do you think the education to the youth is all about inversion, masculine and feminine inversion? There's a reason why the chemical warfare within men and women is so profound, right? I mean, with men, testosterone's at an ultimate level. Fertility is at an ultimate low. There's a reason for all of this, right? To create that imbalance, not only on the physical, biological level, in the mental, psychological level, right? The psychic. You disrupt those, you disrupt the amplification, the emotional stability as well. This is why so many people are so emotionally reactive. They're out of balance, and it is for a purpose, right? So this topic right here of epigenetics, we'll see how my platforms do, but every time I talk about this subject, I get, a strike, I get something taken down. It's kind of a big censored topic for me. So, but regardless, here we are, and here I speak. So, corrupt love. This is the distortion or imitation of genuine love, often driven by selfishness, manipulation, or exploitation. Instead of fostering harmony and moral alignment with nature, corrupt love disrupts balance and promotes separation, control, or harm. In contrast to true love's guiding principle of compassion and unity, corrupt love erodes trust and hinders personal and collective well-being. This is a profound paragraph, right? There's a lot in here. The majority of people are in that imbalanced polarity. They are in corrupt love, corroding at their very being, at their essence, right? It erodes trust and hinders personal and collective well-being, accountability, responsibility, your ability to respond. But yet, it still enforces trust, and it enforces compassion, forgiveness within the control system, right? Interesting that it does that. That people still think that, the public, the majority of people, still supporting government, still supporting these institutions. It's because they are in an abusive relationship. All of humanity is in a self-induced abusive relationship with immoral constructs, such as the belief in human authority. This is generated from the fear and ignorance, which leads to violent control structures such as government and various religions that express violence, duress, coercion, and opposition to true moral love. Agape. These abusers express narcissism at the highest degree, which mirrors the internal lack of true love within the majority of individuals. Can you not see it? Government acts and operates exactly like a narcissist in an abusive relationship, right? The victim that is performing, that is self-induced, right? Because that victim is in the generative polarity of fear. They stay in the relationship, right? They are closed down to begin with, keeps them in ignorance. They cannot see the cause. They cannot see the effect. They cannot see that their own codependence is prolonging and promoting the relationship. They are in that state of internal confusion, so they seek external control, right? They stay in the relationship. Government does the same thing to the public. Lies, cheats, controls, violates, kills, murders, rapes, pillages, all this kind of shit. It is a narcissistic relationship. And yet the people still go, well, we just need this type of government. We need that type of government. Oh, this person in government, he'll be a way better relationship for us, right? They don't understand the aspects of mind, emotion, and action that make up the concept of government. These are human beings that are in these positions with a certain state of mind, thinking that they can control people. Those are the people that are in government. Those are the people that are in the financial industries, the fiat industries. Those are the people who are in scientism, right? That want to perform needlecraft on your children and on you yourself. And still, people still get 10, 15 of those fuckers, and they still go, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the other people telling me maybe I shouldn't get that because they don't get the needlecraft. Right? Right? It erodes trust. Erodes trust in other individuals, in the majority of individuals of the collective. Internal confusion. There is no clarity there for people. So, love is love, right? It's all good. Love is love. No. The phrase love is propagated as unconditional love in the guise of love that is given without conditions, boundaries, or judgments. This is an obfuscation of love to corrupt someone into a moral relativist and solipsistic mindset. We've seen this phrase, right, propagated throughout social constructs. Love is love. No. No, that is incorrect. But it does raise the question of what is unconditional love? Do we have unconditional love in reality? And I answer that absolutely not. Unconditional love does not exist in this reality because natural law is the conditions by which we operate under at all times. Immutable, binding, universal, right? Unconditional love doesn't mean we can do whatever we want. I mean, that's what it means. That's how it's being propagated. I would say, however, there has been one act of pure unconditional love, and that is existence itself. Creation, or the creator, however you want to kind of call it, fractalize itself, to experience itself, it created existence. That was an act of unconditional love, in my opinion, right? In my opinion. But in this reality, in our reality, our shared reality, unconditional love does not exist, right? A parent's love, right? Do I have unconditional love for my daughter? No, I don't. Because, one, I set the example of what respect, morality is, right, for my child. And I expect her to have those same attributes, to understand the difference between right and wrong, to have courage, to have the balanced aspects of polarity, to strive for those, right? When you are in a state of thinking unconditional love exists, or applying it, or attaching it to someone, what you are doing is letting that person potentially run all over you and violate you on all levels and degrees, right? And this is what humanity is stuck in. They are stuck in the state of believing love is love, believing unconditional love is all that matters. It's the solution. Tolerance, tolerance, tolerance. That's complete cowardice. That is such an imbalance it's a perversion of both the masculine and the feminine, right? When we look at the males, the masculine males in the world, right? And how feminine they are, how neutered they are, declawed and defanged, right? Majority of them embody this phrase of love is love. They embody unconditional love, and they are a direct example of dysgenics. This is where all this goes, right? The inversion of control. Why they want incorrect information out there in misdirection. They want it so that you do not have the relationship with creation. Therefore, when you come together in the creative force of Eros to have children, you're propagating something, a certain type of person. This is dysgenics. So if epigenetics can contribute to dysgenics, let me do a full slide. Dysgenics influences by altering gene expression in response to environmental or psychological factors, including beliefs. These epigenetic changes passed down through generations can negatively affect traits such as health, cognition, or behavior if they diminish overall adaptability or well-being. Consequently, dysgenics is not limited to direct genetic inheritance. It also encompasses how external forces can switch on or off certain genes, potentially leading to detrimental effects over time. Does that sound familiar? What's going on in the world? 100%. Damaging the hardware. You damage the hardware, the body, the physical, the mind will not operate, right? And it will not be able to convey the signal of source of what is going on through the ethers, in environment, right? In our surroundings. You won't have that higher awareness that can reveal choice. You are being funneled. You are being constricted. You are being put in a box. And same as, the inverse. Incorrect information in the mind can also lead to an imbalance of physicality and emotions. So dysgenics this is the pathway to, what people call transhumanism, right? 100%, 100%. So I want to get into, kind of winding it down, getting into the last category of what love really is, right? Let's break it down. the labor of love. Lost love. The lost principle. Many mystery traditions call this the lost principle. It is the dynamic of care. What we care about on a day-to-day basis acts as the driving force of our thoughts and actions. Therefore, care can be seen as the ultimate generator of the quality of our experience. This principle has been often been referred to as the generative principle. The word generative is derived from the Latin verb generare, which means to create. The generative principle, lost love. What we care about to put our will behind is ultimately what gets created in our world. The world is the way that it is because most people do not care enough, even if they say they want things to be different, to change it through their actions. If you can sum up from the aspects that we have talked about already, love itself is care. It is the generative principle. What are you putting your care to? That will be the quality of your relationship, whether it's to your kids, it's to truth, principles, morality, the fuckery that's going on in the world, right? And the solution that one can implement. It is care. The generating principle, the generating factor. So self-love, right? Self-love, you are the 0 point by which your internal ecology stands. By balancing polarity and aligning with the laws of nature, the conditions of your behaviors will be of true love and care. The agape, right? Embodying truth, moral principles, understanding what true freedom is, and then caring enough to act on that. You care about those things. Self-love is true self-respect, right? You are looking again at yourself. You are having the care for yourself, the care to be better, the care to be moral. So you have to ask yourself, what are you giving your energy to? What do you truly care about? If care is the generative principle, right, this is the life force, the energy that is the driving force behind actions. It's also the driving force behind life itself, that creative force, that eros, that vital force that wants to expand. When the mind and the heart are in alignment and not in contradiction, this is unity consciousness. The true will and true care, masculine and feminine, male and female, come together, unity consciousness. So ultimately, love is action. In essence, love can be defined as the ultimate unifying force that permeates all levels of reality. It is both the path and the destination. At a transformative power that guides individuals towards deeper self-awareness, authentic connections with others, and an intimate relationship with the cosmos. Love is the awakening to our true nature as interconnected beings, embodying the divine within and recognizing it in everything around us. When I said in the beginning of this presentation, show me, Show me a mother's love. Show me a father's love. Point out your love for food. Point out your love for truth, right? Show it to me. Prove it. How do you do that? Love is not a noun. It is not a person, place, or thing. You can't point to it. It's not tangible. You can't say it's here, it's right there. It is a force. You prove it through your actions by becoming love. I love my daughter not because I say so, not because I buy her a whole bunch of gifts. Look at all the gifts I bought her. That's how much I love her, which is what the majority of people stuck in materialism, that's what they do, right? They think that, material possessions equate to love. Nice car, nice house, all that kind of stuff, right? I'm talking about the imbalance of materialism as a religion. Love is who you are at the deepest levels, who you are becoming, right? You prove that through your deeds, your actions. That's what love is. With the eros, a romantic love, right? It's not about how cuddly or smoochy you are in public, right? You know when your partner loves you. You know it because they show it. They prove it. They have embodied those principles, that force of love, right? All across the boards. The philos as well, brotherly, community, etc. It's proven through actions. Oops. Love is the law. Just as natural law itself is ultimately an expression of creation's love, the alignment of one's personal will to creation's will to align with and serve natural law is an act of love born out of higher consciousness. This form of universal love is actually the very foundational basis of law in the cosmos. That is agape love. That higher form of love, of consciousness, for consciousness itself, for doing what is right, truth, justice, morality. When in service to the truth, you're also in service to others and to the self. Right? That's what natural law. Love is the law. It is the foundational force that we need to align with and embody ourselves. So evolution, the force of love is in you, right? Like Star Wars, the force is in you. Evolution, we want to grow, we want to progress, we want to expand, right? We want our children to grow in a world where they can freely express themselves, not be hindered, coerced, under duress, etc. So it's all about, what do you care? Do you care enough to take action in the world against the injustices of what is going on? So to evolve means you have to get involved. The force of love is in with you. It starts with that generative polarity, right? Asking ourselves where we are at now and our relationship with that is the starting point. Then we move forward. So the science of love. The science of love, right, is the love triangle, is your relationship to natural law, morality, and freedom. Your relationship to the world, community, your brothers and sisters, your relatives, are of all species, of all beings, right? Our relationship to that, and what are we going to do about it. So the science to know love, to know the force of creation, to know eros, philos, agape, to know natural law and embody that and prove it ourselves. That's what true love is, and that's what it means to be in love. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That is my presentation. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to go through the comments, and I'll get the link in there. And if anybody wants to come and join me, and be respectful, of course, and I don't mind pushback. Let's expand and talk about some of the topics that I touched in. Hopefully, I conveyed the message. Of course, this can go, it can go so deep, and it's a big topic. But understanding, simplifying the profound on the message. Hopefully, I conveyed that at a satisfactory rate. So thanks, appreciate. Let me go. If anybody has any questions, there's tons of comments, tons. It's hard to scroll through all of them, but and there's lots of too many comments. So if you guys have questions, please put them in the chat right now. I'll take those, and I'm actually going to play a brand new song that my brother John Rowland, the other half of Natural Freedom League, created, and it's about winter solstice. I'm going to play that so I can get some more water and take a wiki leak. I'll put the link in the chat for anybody to join. Let me see here. Invite guests. Oops. Okay. Actually, let me get that song queued up real quick. The streaming platform, it's great. It's got a lot more than like StreamYard or Restream to it. So it can be a little overwhelming. There we go. Share video. Perfect. So this song my brother created. He used an AI program as well. It just shows you kind of the power and the utility of AI. And this is about winter solstice, which we are officially in right now. This is called Put Something Good in the Air. You guys enjoy this. I'm going to grab some water and do a little wiki leak real quick. Stay tuned. We're going to do questions and chat.
Put something good in the air. Put something good in the air. On December's breeze, let love take flight. Through the darkest days, we'll share the light. From December 7th to the solstice sky, we breathe in hope, let the spirit rise. Put something good in the air. Feel the love, it's everywhere. Inhale the light, exhale despair. Together we rise, a world to repair. The season calls, let the spirit flow. In every heart, let the goodness grow. Through words and deeds, let courage shine. something good in the air. Feel the love, it's everywhere. Inhale the light, exhale despair. Together we rise, a world to repair. It's a season of healing, a season of grace. Let's lift each other, every soul, every face. Holy Spirit season, we answer the call. The source is within us, it's here for us all. Put something good in the air. Feel the love, it's everywhere. Inhale the light, exhale despair. Together we rise, a world to repair. Put something good in the air. Feel the love, it's everywhere. Inhale the light, exhale despair. Together we rise, a world to repair. From the seventh to the solstice, let the spirit flow. In the heart of the season, let the Holy Spirit glow. Put something good in the aim, a season of grace. Let's lift each other, every soul, every face. Holy Spirit season, we answer the call. The source is within us, it's here for us all. From the seventh to the solstice, let the spirit flow. In the heart of the season, let the Holy Spirit glow.
Beautiful track. Love it. Well done, John, my brother. Good job. All right, we got Sarah on here. I saw Logan popped on for a sec. Maybe he'll come back on. Oh, there he is. Hey, Sarah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, how's it going?
Pretty good. I was trying to reduce the noise a little bit, but I think whatever these headphones do, they're like magic headphones and you can't ever hear anything outside of the mic. I'm like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah. What's up, Logan? Good seeing you, brother.
Hey, man.
Coming through clear, right on. So what do you guys
Sweet.
what do you guys got? You guys want to add something? How did you think of the presentation? How did it flow? And then comments on just the information in general, or add to it. Sarah, you want to go first?
I thought it was awesome.
Stellar job as always.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It's a huge topic, and that it can go, so many ways. But it's good to kind of get the basics under the belt of what love is. What does that mean, and what does that mean for people in society? So,
I thought it was
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean, I think there's a lot of different ideas about the word love, and I mean, it's like a Hallmark card thing, right? Love is all you need. Love can save the world. But what do people really mean when they say that? What conceptual ideas are they attaching to that word?
yes. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why it's thrown around so much. It's like a filler word nowadays, right? It's just like a basic adjective. They just throw it around, but the word love in my research in many mystery traditions, it carried weight, right? It wasn't a word that would get thrown around. This is why they had many different types of forms of the expression of that information of what that meant, and it was used, correctly, versus just one word that has kind of, that can be used for anything.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just kind of thrown around and people just say it now automatically. And I think there's a lot of, I don't know if it is in the realm of a social engineering case. It probably is to some degree, but it's become very like empty in a way in the modern use of it, where people just say it automatically because they're related to somebody or they've been friends with somebody for like, since childhood. Oh, I love this person. I love that person. But really, they're not connected to that person at all. So it's like there's no real connection. It's just because of some sort of societal obligation to do so, despite despite people's behavior. So, it's like saying, "Oh, I'll love you no matter what," only, even if you do all these horrible things, and I'm just going to forgive you and forget it. When there's one thing to say, I love all of humanity. I do, of course. But, there's conditions to that. Like, I'm going to check behavior when it's appropriate. So I think it's important to really understand it very clearly, and don't let yourself being taken advantage of. I think you're muted, Will.
Oh, Logan, did you want to add to that? But I agree with you, Sarah.
Sure. Yeah, again, the social engineers understand that they can't fabricate everything from pure lies and mistruth. Love is a very real force, and it's something I think is very innate to human beings in how we operate. And so you can't just eradicate that completely. So the best they can do is distort and twist the relationship people have to that word, the ideas that they have behind that word. And so oftentimes when it's used, it's very superficially. And even, I was thinking about things like addiction too. An addict loves their drug or whatever their vice is, but that's not an authentic form of love, even though we use the same word for it, right?
Good point. That's why I think that word love needs to be replaced with care. So it's like, what do you care about? What do you love? And then obviously shown in action and behavior. I think all humans have the capacity of love. They have love. It's just a question of what is that generating? What is the quality? The social engineers, the dark occultists, right? They have care. They have care for their agenda, and they're accomplishing that. It's like, why are they accomplishing that? They are acting in one accord. They're in that unified space. You could call it dark care, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every action that any being takes is an expression of what they care about. That's the only reason anyone or anything does anything. They're most of the time they're trying to meet some kind of need of theirs. But I think a good way to sort of quantify whether something is coming from true care or a sort of a vice or a desire to control or something, a lower form of it, is it love or is it care at the expense of something else, including yourself? So taking it back to the addiction perspective, if they love that thing, they may care for that thing or that activity or whatever, but at the expense of themselves. The more they do it, the more they're destroying themselves. Things of true love and true care are good for all. It's good for you. It's good for everyone. It's mutually beneficial. It's not a zero-sum game.
Yeah. I want to put this up here. Evolve yourself. As I'm going through all these comments, looking for questions. So it says humanity has run its course. No more breeding. We need to focus on helping what's already here and suffering. I want to get your guys' thoughts. I have my own thoughts, of course, on this statement. And so, yeah, if anyone...
Yeah. I would agree certainly with the last part of this. We do need to, I think it would be prudent, I think is the word I want to use, to put a little bit more focus on helping and figuring out what's already here and alleviating that problem. Just because if you do that, it's like a disease. Like, I mean, I consider the main problem the parasite class, and I consider it to be a disease, and it needs to be eradicated from the living organism that we live on and from ourselves, but that's kind of a broader viewpoint there. But as far as humanity goes, I do think it would be prudent to maybe focus on what we already do have here and dealing with, alleviating the pain and the suffering so that people can actually heal and then grow and maybe take in more of this kind of information in a bit of a healthier way. I wouldn't agree with the no more breeding, because when you stop actually producing life eventually comes to an end that way. So I don't think having children and having a family and raising life is part of that problem, because every time we do create a new generation, or a new generation of life, I should say, that is a new opportunity to advance, with our knowledge and teach the ones that come after us what we know. So that only helps for our, this cause and this kind of work. So yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent.
Perfectly said.
Yeah. Nailed it. I think that here's a few more that I'm going to add. I think that there's a big agenda. It's almost like a self-induced agenda where we get down on ourselves, right? So observing the current state of humanity, right? Is it likely in my lifetime we're going to see this huge positive impact? It's not likely, right? It's not likely as of now, but can and will are two separate things. So if we apply our will, then absolutely we can see change. But the agenda, or the misdirection I think people get, is doing what I just said, putting the we in there. If we, get it together, start to focus on the what can I do? Because regardless, your karma and the energy that you put forth is going to carry with you to the next life. Like, I'm not doing this work because it's fun or I want attention. I have recognized it's the right thing to do. So I'll do it till I'm an old man. Not to mention creating a digital record for my daughter. When I leave, she has this as well. So my point being, it's more about accepting where you're at in the here and now, and what are you going to do to contribute that energy. Because just saying there's nothing we can do about it, it's done and over, you are contributing your energy to what? To the problem. So it's really about kind of consolidating one's own thoughts and goals, in my opinion.
Hmm. Yeah, I love how you put the emphasis on love as a verb, love as an action,
Yes.
because you know, like to what you're saying there, love itself is a force. It's an energy. So something like that has a beingness to it. But energy wants to flow. It wants to be expressed. And then on the embodied level, you look at the trivium, you know, the action phase is the end of the line. So if you say one thing, I care about this, but it's not making it through that chain of events to the action phase, then there's something amiss further up the line, further upstream in that trivium process. Either you don't have enough knowledge or enough care to activate, because it's just a science, right?
Yes.
And I would just add really quick, as just to go with Logan talking about the addiction, you know, the love type of addiction, you know, that people get. And with this, sometimes like an act of love is actually something that is perceived as something really negative. Like, I mean, I can't think of an example, but like sometimes things that we do is an act of love, and it doesn't seem like it's like the other person, like say it's a child, and you've grounded that child because they threw a stone at another child. And you grounded that
Right.
child to their room and took away all their favorite things or whatever. But this is an act of love. I don't know if you can hear that. Sorry. I have like a biker across the street.
I thought it was Logan driving.
I'll close the window in a minute. But this is like one of those kinds of acts of love to show that it's like long-term effects, that child eventually will understand the lesson you're trying to impart on them, that you can't just throw stones at other people. And there's a consequence to throwing stones at other people. And, you know, so sometimes I feel like people think that things have to be immediate with what happens. But really, most of the things that happen have a long-term effect that you don't understand is what happened. And that's an act of love. I would consider that just as much of an act of love.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So,
yeah.
That's a very big and important thing you're touching on there, Sarah. I'm glad you brought that up, because yeah, there are many ways where, you know, love doesn't always appear as something so warm and fuzzy as everybody likes to think of it as. But, you know, someone, say, like unaliving somebody that is entering your home because you want to protect your family, that's a really brutal, heavy thing. But it was an act of love because you were restoring peace with that action. Or like cutting a family member out of your life because they're abusive, for example. Like the narcissist would want to gaslight you and say, "I thought you loved me. That's not love. You're just thinking about yourself." And it's like, yeah, including yourself in the equation is a big part of love. It's an act of love towards yourself, having healthy boundaries. If a relationship is toxic, that wasn't love to begin with, because that whole thing is predicated on control, manipulation, all of those things. And so actually having the boundary, severing that connection, is the act of love, even though it appears to be the opposite.
Yeah, well said. 100%. And I love what you said about adding yourself to the equation, right? That is super important. We see this, it's very common in addict situations. You know, family has someone that has an addiction problem, and yet they keep giving them money, or they keep helping them out. They become a codependent. Like, this is exactly what humanity is doing, right? I mean, people supporting and condoning government, they're a codependent on this narcissistic, abusive relationship.
Right. Yeah, that aspect of including yourself, because people, I think, that tend to resonate more with this idea of love and being a loving person because love is so attached to care, which is a feminine energy, then it corresponds to that feminine archetype, even when it's the imbalanced, such as, say, the doormat or the people pleaser. And so that's where it's like they do all of this stuff in the name of love or the idea of love, but they're betraying themselves, they're abandoning themselves and their own needs and their own dignity in the process for the sake of this idea of love.
Well said. Absolutely.
Those type of people tend to be a lot more susceptible to that of counting themselves out to make someone else happy.
For sure. Yeah, man. Well said. Well said. People in the chat, if you have any questions, you put that in the chat. There's a lot of chatting going on. There's some people. There's someone ranting in there. I mean, if you have a question, that would be great. If you can like simplify what you're talking about. I don't know if you're just venting or if you actually think that that's the information that I'm talking about. But that's
that
way
person's
off.
been just projectile vomiting all over the chat the whole time you've been presenting. So
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Well then, let me express some love and get that fucker out of there.
Yeah.
Later.
There you go.
Peace. Yeah, for sure. I mean, love is like both you guys are saying. Like love is also saying no, right? You look at something like the American Revolution. That's an act of love, for sure. I mean, you have these people coming in to invade and steal and murder. There's an act of love. Self-defense is an act of love. So that's why it's important to to understand some of these words and phrases and concepts, like to kill and to murder, right? They're completely opposites. Completely opposites.
And I would just say, Will, the context behind it, because sometimes people want to just like look up Webster's dictionary definition of whatever word, and I'm like, well, the human language is kind of a liquid animal, I would think, it's very flowy. If you look at it from the larger scale of things as far as history goes, like language has changed and altered, and really it's just about the context behind it sometimes. Because, I mean, like, I was just, as a side thing, I was looking up this word egregious, and it's being used in the modern day as something that's very negative. It has a lot of negative connotations behind it, but historically it actually means something very complimentary, and it has something more to do with, like, apparently being distinguished, if you go as far back as like the 1500s. So I think there's, it would be important for people to understand history as well when it comes to language. And so, like, with the language of like using words like love and care and will and, all there's a history to this. And context, I think, plays a role in how we do it, because at the end of the day, it's just how we express it. So in 1,000 years from now, we're going to be expressing this kind of information probably in a completely new way, with different words that we come up with. It's just kind of like interesting if you look at it from like a historical standpoint, like how people spoke like 500 years ago versus today. So
you're absolutely right. And that's another reason why it's so important it's like when you say, oh yeah, I'm a content creator. Well, that means a whole bunch of things. Like, are you, pranking your brother? Are you doing cat videos? But of course, like you said, the context is important, and bringing it down to that philosophical level, that's why it's so important for comprehension. So it's like you can, especially the English language, which is almost like a bastardized language. You know, the masculine and the feminine has been removed from that language, or it's been, you know, it's kind of been transferred, versus something like Spanish or Italian or French, where there's the masculine and feminine components to words itself. So absolutely, context and how it's expressed, the comprehension of the presenter, and of course the viewer as well. And so much language just falling into these acronyms now, right? BRB, LOL. It's missing a lot of the intimate messaging and context in communication, especially English nowadays, I would say.
Yeah, and it can be misunderstood too. Like, I mean, most people think of LOL as laugh out loud, but I've actually heard people think LOL is lots of love. So it could mean that. So
exactly.
So it really, context matters. And like, I mean, you know, like, I don't know. I think that, you know, putting things into long form is good practice, I think. But
sure.
I think Angela has a question.
Yeah, let's put that on there. Hi, Angela. Thanks for joining. Is it an act of love to omit, censor, suppress information / knowledge? Well, I would say, again, like what Sarah was saying, I mean, context matters. What type of information are you talking about? Is it, you know, my daughter's iPad is, you know, pornography popping up on her iPad, right? I mean, is there vital information that the public needs, but mainstream media is withholding that? So is there someone acting a fool in my live presentation that's in the chat, so I just kick them out or I block them? So it all depends on the context. This is actually, I'm glad you posted this question, and we'll get Sarah and Logan's take on it, because I see a lot of people in the, you know, quote unquote freedom communities that have a hard time with like censorship. They're in an imbalanced state of just, well, you shouldn't censor anything, which is kind of like that unconditional state of love, right? What you're saying is no boundaries. So anybody can come here and just say whatever they want. Might as well just kick your door in and just walk into your house and, you know, start eating food out of your fridge. So it's like, what is the context to the information that is being conveyed? You know, if you're in a group and we're talking about a certain topic and someone's completely off topic or being a nuisance or something like that, then yeah, you remove that person. That's not censorship. So what do you guys think on that?
Yeah, 100%. I've made several posts about this in the past couple of weeks about that exact thing, and it's shocking when it's so many so-called anarchists saying this kind of thing, and it's like, this is such a basic thing, you know, but they're clearly demonstrating their lack of understanding of what actual censorship is. If there's no coercion involved, that's the main thing. But also, you know, it's about property rights. And so I will give them that, you know, say Facebook or something. It's a little bit of a gray area because it's like public, but also private, if that makes sense. Like, it's a public forum, but yet your page is your property and you have the right to sort of have control over your little corner of the internet. And so I can see both sides of it, but obviously, you know, not having any boundaries within your own digital domain is just chaos. And it's antithetical, especially if you're trying to put a message out there, and then you've got all this noise that's just drowning out the signal. You know, it's working against you in that way. So yeah, I mean, my whole policy, for what it's worth, is if you're disagreeing respectfully, then by all means, I post things to start conversations, not to live in an echo chamber. So I welcome healthy disagreement, meaningful conversations. But to me, it's very obvious pretty early on if a person is being authentic or not, if they're genuinely trying to have a conversation, or if they're just there to come in your house and smear shit all over the walls, and that I won't tolerate. If they're being combative for the sake of being combative, or disrespectful and abusive, like, you can have a respectful conversation and disagree without that. So that's kind of my guidelines or rules that I use to decide where I'm going to enforce boundaries and block people if necessary.
Well said.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm glad she put that question up, because I agree with both you guys, and I agree that withholding truth is a violation of theft. However, context. You gotta have context. Like, you gotta understand appropriate timing as well when, putting out information, or when you let out information or withhold information. Like, like you were saying, like a kid with an iPad and there's all this like porn or inappropriate stuff popping up that they could be exposed to at too early of an age where they don't understand what they're looking at. I'm going to block all of that. I mean, I didn't even give my daughter a cell phone until she was like 15. Didn't have any of that nonsense going on in my house, because what's a 14-year-old going to do with a cell phone? So it, besides maybe become a victim of some kind of internet predator or whatever. So it's like, you've got to like balance how you tell truth, or how you tell people information. And sometimes it's about like age appropriate content. Like, sometimes I come across people who they're not quite ready for, say, this part of the information, but they are ready for this. So I'm going to give them this. And I know that within their own time, they're going to then be ready for this. And I've seen that so many times. So I don't consider that withholding anything. I consider that giving people the space that they need to come into what the information means, really. And as far as like, your space online or whatever, you don't have to, like, people can say whatever they want, freedom of speech all the way. Say all that you want, just run that mouth all day long, but that doesn't mean that I have to listen to it. So I will block people, and I will, publicly block people. I'll be like, I don't care. I'm not going to deal with harassment. And I don't think anybody else should either. So, I mean, that's just my take on that. So I don't feel like it's necessarily, like Logan said, there's a gray area there. And I don't think it's necessarily evil to censor things that are becoming like inappropriate, or just like an invasion of what you're actually trying to do. So
I could actually add on a little bit more as well.
Hey,
because,
Logan, real quick.
again,
Oh, it cleared up. Your headset cleared up. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, it all comes back to coercion and consent, right? These are the fundamental foundations of voluntary interaction, freedom, all of this. So, as Sarah was saying, choosing to not say something or say something in a certain way, that's not censorship. That's just communication. And people can decide how they want to, engage with other people, what things they do and don't want to talk about. That's just basic human interaction. Unless it's something vital, like say you're selling someone a car and then you're withholding that it has a faulty electrical system. Well, yeah, that is a form of theft, because they can't make an informed decision about that car unless they have that information. That context really matters, basically, and there's a lot of nuance to this stuff. So it's dangerous to paint too broad of a brush over things like this, because you have to understand what makes something coercion or not. Choosing what you want to have a conversation about is something totally different, and if it falls in the domain of just voluntary association or disassociation, that's just as much of a right. If somebody doesn't want to talk to someone, that's not withholding. That's just, I don't voluntarily interact with this person right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, if it's relevant to them personally and they need that information to make an informed choice, then there is sort of a moral obligation to divulge that information. And yes, I think protecting your child against certain information is another sort of, but it's an exception, not the rule. 95% of situations is, of actual censorship is not justified. But again, what is the mechanism by which you're actually censoring people? Is it forceful or is it voluntary? That's very important.
Yeah, exactly. Like the needlecraft with informed consent, right? It's like,
yeah,
great examples. That you guys nailed it.
And I just wanted to add really quick, just to add Angela's question: is it an act of love to admit, that kind of stuff? Then I would say that, in the context of giving people the space to become like aware enough or old enough to be able to understand information, it can be an act of love to censor to that degree, in a way where you're like, okay, when say my child or this person is ready to understand that, I understand that they're going to come to me and ask me a question. So before that, they're not necessarily ready for it. So so I would say yes, in that context, Angela, I would say that it is. I forgot that.
Great little additive there. That was awesome. Derek Barticelli, what's up, brother? Thanks for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, y'all. How y'all doing? Will, I'm so sorry I missed you in California last time I was around. So little time, too many things going on, but it was a really cool. I really enjoyed the presentation. I was caught up on the Europa Natural Law live stream that cut into your time, but I caught the last 40 minutes at least, and I just really appreciate your style and aesthetics of presentations, and you got that father archetype with that fatherly voice as well, and bringing your experience to the knowledge you learned as well, via wisdom and all this stuff, and using that rhetoric in a proper way. And Sarah, you got kids as well, and so I feel you on those types of censorships in context, but and that is stemming from that place of care and this and that, because young minds are so easily subjected to umpteen thousand images passing across their screens and television sets and all that stuff. So Will, I really appreciate you bringing in a lot of different elements in regards to love and this and that, and hitting that triangle at the right angle, not some isoscelean thing, and because all the sides are equal, right? And so if we're all equally trajecting towards that agape, the source love, but we can have the relationship with the eros, male, female, or whatever the fuck, right? But as you mentioned later on, especially in regards to the cosmic law of gender and yada yada, but there's just a lot of things to consider and take to heart first and foremost, and see with that first eye. What I mean, So much love for your great work, brother. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Excellent. Did you have any comments on Angela's question on censorship? And just real quick, Chris Youngblood, what's up, brother? He added in here, in the Greek synopsis, people exchanged ideas with good conscience. Someone who had ill intent with bad will was banished from the square, for they did not bring heart and intellect. No difference. I like that. I like that. You got to bring heart and intellect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
That sincerity, that authenticity.
That's right. Yeah, you know, in the Greek they would have the squares, the public squares. Like it was philosophy time. Like bring your, or even just general concerns. Group of people, anyone could join, and then you hash it out and you talk it out. I mean, that would be fantastic in the modern age. But again, you know, 8 billion people, and you know, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people in just towns or cities and stuff. That's not feasible. But yet again, we have what we're doing now, right? What's the difference from a physical square to a digital square? We can still do the same thing and actually have the connection and the communication, and kind of you know, dish out certain concepts, ideas, or information.
Word.
Yeah. So Dick, did you have anything that you wanted to comment on censor? Logan and Sarah, you know,
Yeah,
did a
sure.
fantastic job commenting on that. But if you want to add something.
Because yeah, I mean, under the nanny state, right, in the whole occultocracy and the technocratic static and all these things, you know, like we're treated like children, like, oh, you can't see this, so we're gonna censor you or shadow ban you, or you know, all these things. And so yeah, it's funny because, you know, like we have these false figures of authority acting like parents, like, no, you can't look at that truthful shit, you know, because we gotta maintain control, whatever the fuck, you know. Superimposing as like the real mothers and fathers, you know, with you two above. Logan, I don't know if you got kids, but I think you and I are on the same level, and it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's nerve-wracking, and it's not of a place of love at all. It's more of a place of control and their fear of what we would do if we all gathered in masse to, you know, tear down the fucking curtains of the Wizard of Oz motherfucking bullshit, and just take these folks out to that public square. Like you mentioned, we're not going to stone people to death like back in the day, but you know, like people need to be held accountable for their draconian actions and whatever the fuck, right?
I wouldn't mind getting to that point, but you know, again, when you just, you know, when it's the numbers are so low, the stones will start getting thrown on you for, you know, defending yourself from the abusers that are abusing the majority of people, right? So there's that mind control there, but yeah, yeah, well said. And I actually wanted to add something about the comment earlier about having kids in the day and age, and I've been on both sides of that fence. When I was coming into my awareness of what is truly going on in reality, I was like, man, who the fuck would want to have kids in this human condition? But that was an incorrect imbalance. I am now at this state of what I've kind of conveyed in the presentation. It starts with the individual work, right? Developing that relationship with truth, with creation, nature, principles. And then if you unite with a partner that's like-minded, that is also doing that work, absolutely, you should have kids. For sure. So I'm in agreement with. I think more moral people should have children, for sure.
Yeah, I would just say having kids, like not having kids, abstaining from children just because of whatever state of the world you think that it's in. If you think that the world is in a poor state, then create a better one. And abstaining from having children as some sort of punishment to humanity is kind of I would call that, you know, leaning into the realm of like developing a mental illness in a way where you're afraid of how the world is. You're afraid of the future that could be. So I'm just going to like not have children. And like, I fail to see the motive behind that for people, other than some kind of punishments, or, you know, something that they don't even understand that it's like totally subconscious, trauma-based fear-based behavior, and it really means nothing.
It
So
seems like cowardice to me personally. I mean, sure, I don't have kids, so maybe I can't speak to that, but to me, I think one of the most powerful things you can do to improve the state of the world is to create moral human beings and raise them up and to be a force of truth and goodness in the world beyond your lifetime. When you pass away, they will continue on having that impact on the world. That's powerful. It's
yeah,
that should override any sort of. I mean, I think some of it is coming from a good place of like, if you care about your kids, you don't want them to suffer. So I think that's where a lot of people are coming from. Is like, I don't want to raise a being, create a life, someone I care so deeply about that's gonna live in this wicked world, and who knows what's going to happen to them and all of that kind of stuff. I get it, but like, part of being a parent is equipping them to live in the world no matter the state of things, and to be courageous and stand in truth. If you're worried about that, then instill them with what they will need to thrive in the world and to be that positive force. It's almost like an admission of their own inadequacy, that I can't raise a human that would be able to overcome or adapt and thrive in any kind of environment.
yeah, you got to put the right tools in the toolbox for things to be able to build correctly, and you got to have the right. Yeah, you just have to like stop making excuses and just.
That's what it is. It's a total excuse.
It is. It's an excuse to be irresponsible and self-indulgent in many ways. Now, there are people who can't have children by, whatever natural issue that came up. And like, I mean, this is like, all the people I know who can't actually have children because of whatever problem naturally, they wish that they could have children because they're missing that, ability that we all have. And I think that's like deep rooted in there. That's part of that, what comes from love is creating, because
the ultimate act of creation.
Yeah, all creation is love. Is an act of love. So
absolutely, well said. So I'm trying to look. There's really no more questions. I think we're going to start to wrap it up. If you guys have anything you want to add, and all of you are also, putting your own work out there. So give a shout out to your guys' website if you don't mind. Appreciate that.
I just want to say, building off of what you were all talking about and going back to the triangle and taking it to the tarot, we have the Three of Pentacles, right? And that's kind of like the first actual geometric structure that can be really a foundational object to work with, I guess, if you will. I mean, like 4x4 plywood, that's, I'm thinking more three-dimensionally, if you will. And then you take it to the 4, that's like 4 representing like the actual structure. And I think the 4 represents, like making a house into a home when you have that family unit and all this stuff. And like, nuclear family crap aside, 1 kid and a dog or a cat and all this stuff. But there is the flip with the tarot with the 3 of Hearts, and having to deal with the shadow work, and all the shadow work that comes up during relationships is something for people out there listening to consider. It's a reminder for myself as well, and all these things. And so what are the conditions? As you mentioned, Will, I really appreciate you bringing that up of conditional versus unconditional love, because there can be too much woo-woo fluffiness of it's all unconditional, this and that. But if the conditions are violating your rights as a human being, is that really love? Things to consider, right? So, and it does take one to love thyself to love another, having that, something to give to others. And if you don't have it for yourself, how can you give it to someone else? And that harkens back to that good old Luv-A-Lution. I know they've had a couple of y'all on there, with the radio show, Sarah, Revolution.radio. Yeah. So last
Me
thing I
and John
want to say
Paul. Yeah.
is going back to the Matrix, right? What did the Oracle say to Neo? Being the one is like being in love. You don't necessarily know it. It's just like it's beyond just a feeling. It's a multi-dimensional sensation or sense beyond just five sense perception of consciousness and all these things, and just embodying that and living through the heart-based intelligence in alignment with universal law, natural law, cosmic law, all these things. It just enriches your life and the ones around you so much more, and makes a wonderful relationship, especially when both sides, going back to that triangle, are on that trajectory to that life force energy source code, codes of consciousness, if you will. So yeah, I do some good old mixing of hip hop on my channel, AwakenYaMind, one word, and I actually have a mix titled Luv-A-Lution. That's really cool and would fit in well if anyone wants to check that out. More on BitChute or Odyssey, because the ScrewTube is plaguing my channel with all types of censorship, but dealing with music, I got to deal with copyrights and all that. You know about that, Will and Logan. So yeah. C'est la vie, mes amis. Great to see you all. Always a pleasure, honor, and all that stuff. And yeah, thanks again, my friend. Yeah.
Appreciate you, Derek. Right on. Sarah?
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. And I really enjoyed the presentation, Will. It was really well said. I agree with all of it, because and it is true. And I appreciate you mentioning the issue with unconditional love and how this is being used and propagated, because I think there's a bit of a confusion with this. Like, there's a difference between loving everyone and everything and all of creation and all of knowledge, and then doing this in an unconditional way where it can just people can just take advantage of you and you just forgive and forget. I think I think it would be healthy for people to understand the difference between real love and synthetic love, because there are conditions to love. You could love somebody, but the condition is if they act like a monster, then you won't associate with them, despite loving them or not is kind of irrelevant. So I think that was a great part of the presentation that you brought up.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And real quick, your live show, your radio show, which I had the pleasure of being a guest on just recently, and you're changing the time. Is it still going to be on Wednesdays?
Yeah, it's still going to be on Wednesdays. That's Crosstalk on Revolution Radio. You can look it up, revolution.radio.com. It's on Studio A on Wednesdays. And in January 8th, it's going to be starting Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So I'm increasing it just by an hour earlier. And that starts January 8th. So it'll be 2 hours now. And yeah, the last episode we had, people can go and find that on my platforms everywhere that I post it. And it was a really great episode. So thank you for coming on.
Excellent.
And we do the Girls Club.
There you go.
So
beautiful. And my brother Logan, go ahead.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to appearing again with Will on your show, Sarah, to talk about some healing modalities. That'll be really cool. Yeah. Will, great job, man, as always. I mean, your delivery, your aesthetics, always just top notch all the way across the board. And I was just thinking how cool it is that natural law is such a multifaceted topic, that there's just infinite angles that you can present it. And that's how I kind of see, you've talked about spiritual ecology and, all these different things that are kind of all roads leading to the same place, but in a different package, and might resonate differently to different people. The Science of Love, really great, catchy title, and who doesn't want to hear about love? It's a universal thing that, even like we talked about earlier, even if people don't fully even understand what that means, everybody's all about the love, right? So, yeah.
What's love got to do with it? Tina
That's
Turner,
the science
which, by the
of
way,
love.
I was in the middle of making a meme before this presentation. I didn't get it in the actual presentation, but it was Tina Turner and Ike Turner. And Ike Turner was representing the government, and Tina Turner's like, just people that want to live free and express themselves.
Nice.
Dark joke.
So yeah.
Cool.
My platform is the Wizard Factory, so anybody want to check that out, thewizardfactory.com. It's kind of the one-stop shop. You'll find everything and lead to my platforms or content. And got a lot planned for next year. Been kind of slow lately, but big things in the works.
Excellent. Right on. Well, I appreciate all of you coming on in the after chat of this presentation. And the viewers, thanks for tuning in. We've had a decent amount of people watching all the way through, so I appreciate your time and your attention. To my guests, I'll say farewell, and then I got a couple announcements to make. So thank you all for joining and contributing to this discussion. Appreciate it. See you on the next one.
Later.
Keep it funneling through, brother. Yeah. Much love.
All right. Thank you. Okay, folks. So I'm going to wrap it up. I got a few quick little announcements. That was great. There was a lot of good chat, viewers in the chat. Had great comments. There's always going to be a little dross, and that is what it is. It comes with the territory. So I want to say, coming up in 2025, let me show this. We have the Funnel 4. That's the Freedom Under Natural Law conference. This is the 4th conference that we have done with Chris Janston and Leslie Powers and myself, the co-creators, the organizers. This one is titled Humanity Rising. This is a free 2-day online conference. It will start February 22nd, 2025 and February 23rd, 2025. And the theme is Inspiring Care to Action. We got a great lineup of presenters from all different categories. We're going to have some music, some art, all different types of kind of creative expression under that banner, Freedom Under Natural Law, Inspiring Care to Action. So save the date. You can go to freedomundernaturallaw.com to check out all the fantastic replays that we've had. We've had some really high caliber speakers in the past conferences. So make sure you save that date, go to the website, check out the videos, and we will see you then in February. And also, I want to give a shout out to Mark Passio. He has his How to Become the True Media seminar. It has moved from the later portion of the year, and now it will start to be in the earlier portion of the year. So 2025 is starting in January. You can enroll. There are a few more open spots available. Enrollment will end. It will close on New Year's Day 2025. So it has moved from January to June. It's a 23-week seminar on the Telegram platform. The past years have been fantastic. A lot of great students that have taken in the information on how to publish a message on morality, natural law, how to create true freedom, and became, content creators and publishing that message. So go to howtobecomethetruemedia.com to check out the details or to enroll. And again, you can discover more of my work and my presentations at willkeller.com. And I just want to give a shout out. Oh, thank you, Jen. Thank you, Daryl. Chris, appreciate it. Better late than never. A lot of people in here. Jan, And just the viewers that tune in when I do these live presentations. It's been a while since I did one, but it's always great to come on here and, you know, really express myself. This is kind of my niche that I like to get into. And then the guests that came on afterwards for the after chat. So thank you all. And again, I'll see you guys next round. Got a lot of projects coming up. Take care. Happy solstice, everybody.
Did y'all have a happy solstice? Did y'all make it happy? Did you infuse that heart-based love towards it, right? Sticking with the theme and all that, right? Yeah. Much respects to Will Keller. I only caught about half of the actual presentation, and yeah, I jumped on it at the end, as you saw. And it was cool. I love being able to just jump in and speak with folks and improvise and all this stuff. It's like not a big deal, you know? Like once you've kind of been familiar with the territory a little bit, what is it really? It's like you're having a conversation with people. Like, let's say you just, you're on the streets and you walk into a random fucking bar and there's some people, at the counter talking about something, and you just jump in the mix type of thing. You don't know who's listening to you on the outside or whatever the fuck. And it's kind of the same with these live streams to a degree and all that stuff. It's a loose analogy, right? Not like I know much about it. I've just been a bartender for a decade out here in France. I'm not proud of it at all, really, but it's just what I've lived through and kind of done. It's more used to being a server, but yeah. Switching up skill sets and all that was pretty cool. Anyways, you'll catch that at the end, right? It's going down. Will's going to be at the helm in regards to hosting this online conference in less than 2 months now. So check that out. I'm looking at the time. I'm just waiting for it to be 4 o'clock in the morning to be like, okay, yeah. The time is set. And yeah. To live your life with regret is to live a life in a little bit of regress. And especially if you're in a space of resentment, remorse, those things, they do not. Sorry about that. See, this feather weighs more than you might think. But yeah. The regret and remorse in things that have not been repented will not bode well when your heart is, up against the feather of my odds. So always keep that in mind. And yeah, my mind's drifting because I've been a little bit splifting and all that stuff, and it's past my bedtime, regardless. But yeah, it's been fun. I'll be doing another live stream tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah, let's do it. You down? I am. So much love out there, and much Luv-A-Lution. Does that look familiar to you? Okay. Little moment of silence for those who are not here to listen to these things in 3D, including at least 2 artists that were featured in this mix, as well as a friend of mine that I hold dear, who it was partly dedicated to, and all these things. How are you transmuting any kind of energy within the realms of passion and quote unquote love and desire towards your enthusiasm and all these things? Is it towards mundane bullshit, or is it towards things that actually truly matter? Matters to the heart, right? Of the heart. So, take care out there, and take it with you. Peace.